Hi, hello, and welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. In this case, it's the first game in the Chronicles called Adventures, and we are on the fourth case called The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro, and we are in the middle of the trial. Presumably, we should be able to finish it and probably start the next case. Let's go. Sec. Just need to set some things first. Here we go. A little bit too loud. It's perfect weather in my place right now. It's raining and it's almost night. For such games, continue. Yes, please. Yes. Trial Part 2. Oh, I forgot. This cute little buddy and his wife. That's their testimony. Hi, Imantale. How are you? Are you familiar with the series? I'm in the middle of the things here, so I don't know if you're not familiar. Can be still fun, maybe. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. Did you like them? This is more of it's a spin-off. Introduces new characters, main characters. It takes time in 19th century. Cartoonish, yeah. Well, to be honest, when Ace Attorney, cartoonish, weren't they always like this? Plus, when Ace Attorney went into 3D, they kind of look like this. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Gary Depp house are top hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. Are you sure about that? I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. But you're so sleepy. I bet he's always that way, so he probably missed some things. Oh, well, this is quite startling. Top hinged casement What does that mean? His hair. The detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. Yeah, that's what I thought. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. Constable? No, sir! Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement windows? I also have no idea. Cartoonish. Some characters do look like that. What do you think about one Ziggs, though? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course. Sorry. Is it that hard to explain? Because I also have no idea. So rude. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank God, Susato knows everything. More like her book knows everything. Cast your mind back to the windows in the Mr. and Mrs. Garridap's room. Is there anything special about there? Alright, I'll try. Yeah, they are. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see? I'm glad you are you have rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. His friend. You mean the girl? It's his wife. Maya in kimono. Yeah, you could say that. Susato, not Sosuke. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would just break the window. It would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement. Or that way, I guess, yeah. No. But are you saying that there is no way to open this window, like, fully? This window sucks. You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. Yay! Where's my certificate? There was never any possibility of either the book or knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane has been shattered. Something we have discounted already. That can't be! Did you see, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. What a nice sight, right? Okay, get a room, you two. Oh yeah, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. They look so happy together, it's just adorable. Their eyes. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. How's this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my arguments have just been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again. The court awaits your cross-examination. Just give me a moment. My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. I've been through worse. Come on. I guess I don't really know what to do. I will just press on you all the way. You're so cute.
Hold it!
I probably should just press on him when he says that he saw everything, because he was most likely was sleeping at that moment. Every argument. Yeah. Sometimes when I'm like certain what to do, I just go for it. Like present. In this game, it seems like it's harder, or it's made so you are supposed to press on certain statements, and sometimes even more than once. How can you say that for certain? No downside. True, I mean, this whole game is set as just dialogues, and sometimes they're quite funny. A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. What is this? Metropolitan Police warrant card? It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as the reminder of all us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. Considering my memory, you don't even have to ask me. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the place of the common man, it's what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today besides my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly, saw. Yeah, that's true. And again, sometimes it's just you have to do this anyway. No way to predict where exactly you have to press, so you just go for it. Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Yeah, I'm proud of him. Look at him. Look at him. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. They're just adorbs. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garridab? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well. So, could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then. Absolutely, sir. I will answer to it to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There is a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garridab's domestic dispute can be related to this case. Surprising reason. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Okay, he's gonna tell me something important. Comical character. Envy? Because of the girl or what? I don't envy him because he's always so tired. Poor thing. He's working his ass off. Oh, I just want to hug him and let him rest on the shoulder or something. He would probably drool on it, like tons of drool. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So, I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So, to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. Russell. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you, I will try. Constable beats warrant. We got something. Small folding wallet that identifies London bobbies and contains the rules of conduct to which they must adhere. Okay, how is that gonna help me? Oh, maybe it's a question of time.
Objection.
I guess it's hard. It's also hard to get a girlfriend if you're working your ass off. No time for that. Let's just. Oh no! I accidentally pressed. Oh my. What? Did I present it? I didn't plan to. Yeah. I wanted to examine it. Examine. Principles of policing. Item 1. Policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Wait, principles of policing and metropolitan police regulations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Yeah, that's true. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Okay. I don't really see how it's gonna help, though. And goodbye HP, as you call it. I should save. I will have only 2 left. Yeah. Can we just skip it? Thank you. I'm an idiot. Okay. Tokens. Wait. Press.
Hold it.
By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see? So they're restricted as to how much they open. Yeah, I assume that's what it is. And therefore anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Oh, okay. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinge casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garridab's house is furnished with. Well, he walks the streets every day. I guess he knows them like the palm of his hand. Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. What is it?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat? Sorry. You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. I don't mean that misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. But why were you lucky? You then had... Why did she had to go somewhere else to report this? Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? He fell asleep again. Constable Beat. Yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garridab household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir. Huh. Wait, this is so weird. Your house is there, so you had to question them? But while the case happened on another beat, this is weird. I don't get how it works. That really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garridab household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garridab's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Kind of makes sense? I don't know. Yeah, I guess. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of the Briar Road, we would never been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all. Well, extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of our Londoners. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. How? Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. Case file. Updated. My journal. The pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beat's beat. Ha! I see. The border of which runs down the middle of Briar Road. That's it? That's it. And now it's my turn, I think. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. Is there anything I can already do? Okay, well, let's not hurry too much.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Sorry? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can it guide you to answer the question? Now, it's their lucky star, not yours. If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector. I would have said 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir. That is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. Wait. Always. No lucky stars for you guys. It certainly seems like they are telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Hold it!
You said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling. That's why I love you. Because of the... Okay. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching me. Oh wow. I'm kind of having that too, you know. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. They're just so cute together. Though there are some red marks in their relationships that I've noticed in the previous stream. Oh, please. Come on, don't be envious. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene of the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. More like he wasn't disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. I didn't take my eyes off.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Nothing to report. Wait, what? Did he say? On that front. Way too sweet. You like them to be tough? Yeah, they're a sweet couple, kinda. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for 1 second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that of the yard's owner, sir. Really, that seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrideb household. Yeah, true, and the the victim was holding this book in her hand. So how the hell did it end up so far away from the house? So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that scene, as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! So sweet. Oh, okay. Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burned as well? A little bit too many coincidences, don't you think? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Maybe it's her favorite book and she always carries it in her hand. I don't know. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at this scene. Well, makes sense that no one put it in her hand. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. What do you mean? What's wrong with this? I don't see. Really? I'm not sure. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. I can't see how there might be. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What is it? Yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. We went through it already. What? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of the policeman, but I am a woman of my word. I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? You already are free to speak. You're... yeah? You're here speaking?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Bede. I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you do desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one.
And we roll. I saw it coming. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that! Huh? A Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. He's deep into slumber. Look at him. Duly noted, Mrs. Bede. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? We'll see.
There's like, what, 2 more lines?
No, wait, what? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though. Okay. That's probably gonna help me somehow. Don't know how. Nobody is questioning what you have told us. I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and funny curved back, slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. That is? I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear.
You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Raleigh. He gets ever so cross. What is it?
Excuse me.
Constable Beat, is there a problem?
Sir. No, sir. No problem, sir.
Hi, Infra. It's Bean. How are you? How are you? Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all.
Huh? What do you mean? I hope you're also having time for yourself, Infra. But nice to know that you're fine. Glad that you found also time to say hi. Staying? Busy? You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine.
Great. Okay. That's great then. It's always nice to hear when people are happy with their lives.
But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
I think it's turning him off. Catching up? What do you mean?
Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
Bouquet? The bouquet? Sorry, what are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and pennies?
What is that?
He found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Reaching? I still don't understand what you mean, Infra. Oh, yes, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Had you?
Ah?
Oh, yes. But that was just between us.
What are you talking about?
Not talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Pennies. Pocket. I'm confused. Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Obviously.
Mrs. Beat, this bouquet is you just mentioned.
I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
He doesn't look happy about that. Just you wait. It's gonna be important, I bet.
What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset.
You dropped it. Is this legal if you drop something on the scene of the crime to pick it up? Sasuke. Dolls. She does look like a doll. He kinda does too. Cute doll.
When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the street lights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it first.
Susato is her name. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on. Does it look a little bit too complicated? I mean, well, never mind. And I mean, doesn't it make sense that the box should be somewhere nearby, since they are like divided by the regions?
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's why I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In the case you need reminding, Mrs. B, the victim is not diseased. Not yet. It would... Nah, I don't know.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard her voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably.
That's right. Silly me. I'd gone over the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how... You know what? I'm just... Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought to myself, if she has things wrong about... she's not very good at remembering things in, like, territory. Hi, Dicky P. I see you joined the chat. Hi. And he is sleepy all the time. He could also... Maybe while she was gone and he was asleep, someone changed things about the crime scene. Maybe not. The one investigating. That's genius. Is that what actually happened? I thought it was someone else who did it with the body. But the body originally was somewhere else. You got the point. Maybe that's what had happened. I overslept. That's, you know what? It's good that you slept. I'm glad that you did, Dicky P. And it would be totally alright if you kept sleeping if you feel like it. Was it at least enough? No? Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time, I can't think how it got there. I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from the one side of the Briar Road to the opposite. Oh, curious indeed. Watch. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah, it's hard to jump into in the middle of the things, but I see imNoveria is like catching things very quickly. I think he's right about what happened here.
impressive.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene.
Must be enough. Okay. Hopefully.
That beautiful rose Raleigh bought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet. She just said rose. Just like rose. Do you perhaps mean this sorry, solitary rose?
Where did you get that? It was never presented to the case. What the fuck?
It's not. Come on, sorry?
It's a beautiful rose. Oh! Oh! Yes! Yes, that's it.
That rose. That one looks creepy.
That's the bouquet Raleigh bought me for our anniversary, with old beads of change he found in the gutter. Wait, found?
Maybe just call it a rose.
Let her pretend.
Tell us, Lord Van Zieks, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadab house.
Yeah. She said she dropped it right at the site of the dead body, and they were not the dead body, but when the woman was stabbed, and they were basically next to them. So in front of the Garadab's house.
Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
I think you can't, because it must be evidence. No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
Yeah.
But it's a symbol of our love.
You don't need any symbols, you have each other. Don't worry.
I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Well, you can have it after the trial, I guess. But, you know, some trials can take forever to end. I mean, cases, like, they take more than one trial. Rest assured that I should do my best not to forget Mrs. Bede. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for the one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Are you sure about that?
Hold it!
Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. Yeah, probably. No one else approached the scene. Well, it can dry out, and she can just have it dried. Dried flowers can be beautiful if it's not like falling apart. She should put it in the box, but they probably won't allow them. Book. Nothing was removed from it.
I can swear to that of the yard's owner, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me.
What exactly is strange again? Just like their law. This burned copy of Lion Sprite was originally in the Garradab house. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burned as well? Wait. What? I already had this conversation. Yeah, what happened here? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you make of all this? The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. But I believe I'm starting to get the picture of what really happened here. I guess the book fell out of the window first. She probably saw it and leaned to take it from the ground, and then that's when the knife falls down and stabs her. That's what happened. The fourth book that had no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Garradab was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. Yeah, this time I'm going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. Okay, let's do it. I need to save. Jack shot, not yet. I'm not sure what and where I need to do. What happened? My book and ended up losing my way for a while. I got 2 items. Side of the street? Where was it? She says, though, obviously if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. So if the book fell from the window, they probably would see it, no? I don't know. Bouquet here?
Deduction.
so we probably got it right. You claimed Constable Beat there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. I love this music. He fell asleep again. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with a policeman assigned to the beat, the bouquet you had dropped to the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Oh, well, he kind of makes sense, I guess. Meager?
Objection!
That was mean. But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. Or, no, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. Yeah. You saw it? More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garridap's book. Mr. Garridap's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here, on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we have heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet. I like how he calls it bouquet still. It's sweet of him. That's sweet. Should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garridap's house. There's no logical explanation to those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. You're smart. Don't listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering? On about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. You don't see it, huh? Oh, good. Mrs. Garridap's come round. Well, I mean, if we do prove that it was her knife, that makes her a killer. Wow. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garridap, but deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is criminal offense. It's called haikasha. Withering a piece of information or hint. But isn't withering... Never mind. It's called... tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering. You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Consul, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Well, I hope we're right.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Raleigh Beat, it was you! Oh, what? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Raleigh do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. Oh, straighter?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Now Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Bede, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. Oh, by the way, I forgot to congratulate you. Congrats, DKP. Your suffering is over. Yeah, congrats for beating Elden Ring. Retro gamer. Welcome back to our army.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
Made you get some sleep? It was so tough, or they were so boring? Oh, I also wanted to ask, like, is there anything so special about this game? I mean, compared to other Souls games. I knew it was all in the advertisement campaign that they used this writer. So, is the story something special, or it's the same as usual? If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh.
And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene.
Well.
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. Which is? Healed every hit? And how are you supposed to beat her then? Naked? Yeah, she rewarded you then. Okay, at least. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right. He's right.
But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense. You have offered no motive for this alleged tampering. Ah, I think that's when I show them the book. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Consul, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need to point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motivation for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. I mean, and the book too, I guess. Right? I mean, it's basically the same. Where the victim fell to the ground. Shave your beard. Why? No. It suits him. I think he would look like an old baby if he would do that. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. As always, nothing really. So what did he even do anything there? Like why they hired him for the game? Just to make more sales? Tree roots. Okay. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? Well, not exactly. What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of the Briar Road, we saw it happen. Remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe, but in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? You can see that they're struggling with money because her dress is also all patched up, must be old and all. But they're together and happy. This is so sweet. I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Consul. I guess he didn't. I mean, he was off. It was his off time of the duty, and they were having anniversary. I kind of understand why he wouldn't want to work at that moment, because they were on the way to restaurant or something, I think they said. So, but it's still, it's a crime scene. Multiple, well, there's usually multiple endings in these games. Yeah. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Well, we all know that it was around here. But that's on the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garridup's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. God, good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right. I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening, and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of the Briar Road. 120 hours. 12, sorry. That's a lot. Cheekbones.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat that arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He's lucky there was no blood, somehow. Because I have no idea how he would wipe it off the ground. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the fourth book. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of the Briar Road, but he forgot the flower. Extraordinary. I know I am. But the constable overlooked one thing. imNoveria solved the case. Dude. Shouldn't... Small stab? The knife is like this long. At least. At least. How is this a small stab? Small stab is when you were like, I don't know. A needle?
What did he overlook?
The flower. The bouquet, I presume.
You're smart, aren't you?
Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Wanzik said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Ah, that's probably why he also didn't notice it. No big open wounds. But shouldn't you still bleed even if it was a single blow? In the previous case, Guy was stabbed with one single stab, I believe it was said, and there was blood. Oh, yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously, but the stab was in a different area, though. It was in the front. Wait, where? Front? I think? Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of the Briar Road. Oh, I think I just ruined her world. She trusted in her husband. Believed in him. And what is the defense's theory that about what really happened that evening? How do you respond? Constable Raleigh beat. He's sleeping. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Raleigh. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you are the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
That always sucks to get your world destroyed. Like everything you believe in is a lie. Cake is a lie.
I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only, it seems it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly. Who? Oh, duh. What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like that?
She looks kind of happy about it. I guess they just didn't know. Didn't care to make another animation here. The original, yeah, I really do too. I haven't played the sixth game in the series. I hope to do it maybe sometime in the future. But maybe I should also replay the first games.
Moving the corpses is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. Would be fun. Right now. With my memory, I literally only remember like a couple things. Like, I don't remember the cases. Just huge things in like the main character's life. That's all. Exactly what DKP says. Yes. Any playthrough is blind for me. What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the yard's reputation, for everything.
It also been like long years since I played for these first games. I have a possible explanation. Speedrun this game. Good opportunity. Yeah, not that fun though. What's the point of speedrunning this game? For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. Easiest speedrun. Is it though? Like sometimes you have to do stuff here. It's not just dialogue like in some visual novels. Is there like an option to speed up the text? Because sometimes it's just really slow. Doki doki. Clicking M. Why? Just why? What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. Well, we're all humans, aren't we? And yet, Lord Van Zix, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. Hehe. Yeah. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. It would be beneficiary to the case solving. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. For the beeps. I don't know. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. I've seen I think I've seen a walkthrough on maybe on YouTube of some Ace Attorney game, and the text was skipping so quickly. The person was not reading the dialogues out loud at all. Like, no commentary, and I had to pause every time the new new line was on screen because it was too quick. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. Kinda. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? Finally, this card's time has come.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I have learned that, although honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Objection! It is here too. Finally, by the way, because in the first case he was like, instead of objection or anything, he's like, yes! Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat, in all kinds of ways. There is no doubt that the young Bobby in charge, with a great deal to do each day, certainly is charged with. I can't read. But for the constable beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? In account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford the simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal, when he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along the Briar Road. Yeah. When he saw the testimony figure... God, I can't read. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. Who's speaking? Me or the Ziggs? What must have gone through the man's mind? But sir, just on that one particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. It almost made me cry. Look, even her bow on the head is patched. And they're still happy. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Night mode on? What are you talking about? inside among the rules of patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Yellow? Where? Constable beat. Is that? Or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Sepia. Yeah, that's more like it. For reading. Yes. When I turn my tablet into reading mode, it just goes black and white. Though. Everything you said. It's alright. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Yeah, I guess so. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on the Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? Oh no. I mean, messing up with a crime scene, that's a crime too, right? It was the first time since I became a copper that I ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as the police officer. You have got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on this beat, a policeman must assist with it. I mean, isn't this kind of a thing kind of already ruined the day? No, I mean, you could still continue your job and say, I'm sure she would understand. It's your job. I mean, you could celebrate on another day. Though I can understand how it can really become a problem when it happens often. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? That's just a dead body, nothing to be upset about. Well, she didn't die. She's still alive, but in bad condition in a coma. And why tonight of all nights? And you said it's just a little stab. She's in a coma though. Oh, why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whomever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street and then... Susato. Well, they didn't know whether she would survive, right? They probably didn't know she's dead or not when they found her. Hope he don't... Yeah, maybe he will decide to just change the job. I just hope... I mean, even if he... He may go to the jail for this. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night. Yeah. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon. Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. Oh, I see. You're meaning no? But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly. That was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. I just hate when the games hit you in the feels. And can you tell us, Constable? Especially when it's a game like this that's mostly just funny bullshit. How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4. Wait. Did you move the burned book too? What do you mean? 3 of them were dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the victim window upstairs in the Garridap household, of course. Yeah, but the victim was holding it in the hand. What does he mean by he moved it? But what made you place that book on the victim's hand when all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book, so when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. It's not over yet, obviously. Yeah. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. Quite silly. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zieks? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, You may withdraw.
Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
That will be probably decided on another trial. For now, you're free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. My fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Moaning? Wait, she said moaning, right? Okay.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
In a nagging way, yeah, I got it. It's just that I've never heard it as this word in that way. Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. And look who's talking. We had a few moments when he was like, that makes, like, this has no connection. That's not important.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Does this mean he can still work? Never again, sir? You mean to say? Even when Ziggs has a heart. Oh!
Leave. Now. This trial is not yet over. Internet thirst became... internet, though. But I thought it was always... Okay, never mind.
Sir?
One Ziggs is definitely growing in my eyes.
Oh, well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Who ever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime.
But...
Objection!
What are you talking about?
No, I disagree.
Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. And that person must be like sweating bullets right now, sitting in the jury. Another person who could be responsible for this knife in the victim's back. Nipponese, it would be better. Nah, I'll take that. If if Rolly is free to go.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Von Ziggs, is this true?
He just does not want to accept it. Very well. Name the person, if you will. And if further investigations warranted, the prosecution has no objection to the trial continue. In.
You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
Well, of course. He's so funny. That was the victim herself.
I mean, kind of possible, no? I guess not really.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of new witness, my lord.
Once again?
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garridap.
Me?
Sexy cheeks girl.
Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But I can still ask again. But the situation is very different now. And it's up to judge to decide, not you, I guess. Mrs. Garridap, answer me this.
What do you want to know, you little toad?
Why toad, though? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garridap. In the course of the argument, the minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Bry Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
Well, during the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garridap. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid eyes on it before?
Oh my god.
I want to slip them. Like, you know, I'd like slip them like this. They're just too inviting. I don't know. She's speechless. Okay.
I don't recall it.
Seriously.
Oh my god. Here we go again. Yes, do that again. Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband?
Meaning she does it a lot. Moonman? Who? Who's a moonman? Oh, you mean husband.
And anyway, the man over there, in all that regalia, said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Yeah, but you are straight up connected to the case. Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
You changed your mind? No. I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4. Von Zix, you start to really surprise me.
Oh?
Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
She threw a lot of those knives at her husband. Sweet.
What's that?
Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garridap?
Now you will listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense.
I couldn't bear the thought that I injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. But, well, there is still a chance you did. She couldn't bear it, then maybe you should stop throwing knives at people. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you are going to insist. What kind of evidence can I show? You're going... Okay, let me save. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Thrown at her. Then take the stand, juror. Oh, right, we need to question her. I'm an idiot. Well, she scared me with that line. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zix. I'm going to have to testify? Yeah.
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dear me.
So, I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Gerda. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Didn't we already say so? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. Is there gonna be more walking in this game? I want walking. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it all actually feels real. What do you mean? I'm here in the Old Bailey and I'm a lawyer. You are.
Witness. State your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Joanne Garidap. And I'm, well... I am my husband's maid. I'm a juror, and such like. What? It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case.
Situation? What? Case.
Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh dear me. Oh my god, those cheeks, gross. Shake them, baby. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Husband? No, you were not invited here. What the hell, dude? Shut up. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. Oh, look at her eyes. He's still gonna, like... protect her, even though she's so... Nah. She's throwing knives at her husband. Wasn't only wasn't only you in the room that day. Oh, think, was it? What? Just don't slap him, please. She will pour some tea on him instead. Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
What? They're cute again. Couples in this case are like, there's red flags all over the place, but they are still somehow cute. I presume you are Mr. John Garridap. Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th. Sir. Seen my fair share of action and now live in the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life. Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of British court. What? Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, maybe you should have investigated more before calling the jurors. Obviously, she was connected. The court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir. Sir. At once. Why do they sound the same? Battle of Garridap. The battle. Yes. On the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of skirmish. Can't recall the reason why. No, really? Are you sure about that? Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bully thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have the job proving it, I think. Wait. There's no marks on this one, right? The knife in the previous case had marks, but this one doesn't. Yeah, good luck with that. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although the entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught up on the top, sir. I had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. The fuck? What the sorry. My phone is acting up. Suspicious. To be honest, if the victim had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast.
We? Course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, the love can bloom. You're just not... what is that? Whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Oh? What? Oh, well, I must say I'm doubting that this testimony will shed any light on this on the origins of this jackknife. Marriage is war. Don't start that. And hi, Mapo. Small fly like a mosquito. How do you pronounce that? Net? Gnet? In residence. Yes, net. Nacht. In combat, one focus narrows, such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Or, Onzix may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination. Are you sure it's the last though? To uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Wasn't some other things also last? Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, Consul. Begin your cross-examination. The Battle of Garadap, yeah. Reason though, are you sure? Wait, do I have it in my evidence list? No, I don't think so. That note he had. I don't. Okay. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadap. A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garadap found the note discovering her husband's little secret. I don't think it actually it belongs to him because it doesn't even have his name. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it too. I like how Sato is smiling at it. With her takedowns, I feel like she would be doing it to her husband too. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. Yeah, sometimes when when you realize what things happen on this planet, you do come to realization that maybe hell is actually... we're actually living in hell. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. Oh, besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway. A likely story. He's so afraid of her.
waters run very deep. I have a feeling that wasn't like the first time it happened. Like, okay, even if this note doesn't belong to him, probably some other things happened. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? And got the window open. Yeah, makes sense. I have no idea, so I'm just gonna, again, press everywhere. Press, touch everything. And the fire also spread to some items and of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine really. Just so happens there was some bath water around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is the 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from the public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. This sucks. The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. Really? Interesting. I thought that he doesn't have much money and he was buying it in bottles. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all his income to buy books. Yeah, he said so. Well, anyway, the point is I was able to douse the fire with water. Fortunately now.
Hold it!
Peach. If they have some kind of condition, maybe? Even though the room was on fire, I can't afford buying it in bottles. As far as I was concerned at the time, I can't even afford the... I used to buy filters for the water to filter before I can even boil it. Right now, I can't even afford that. So I just straight up boil it from the faucet. But the faucet water, tap water, what you call it, is not good here. Acidity. More healthy. I have no idea how the water can be acid? It's a water. As far as I was concerned at the time. It was her saying, obviously. It was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. But... Okay, never mind. I won't argue with that. That is most certainly not true of Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, that's good to know. How did she know I was thinking that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was the knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I am no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge, a napkin. You threw a napkin?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garridap. Oh, don't shoot. Sorry. I beg your pardon. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction. Did you just say old thing? I was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker. I seem to recall. Oh my god. Ouch. Yeah, it's an ouchie. Okay. Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. This is a court of law.
Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with a teapot in here? Yeah, I agree. It's endless. As I already mentioned, I need that.
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, your pipe, sir? Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did. Yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I think she can be charged with abuse or whatever. Attack? He's literally testifying against her right now. And he came here to help her. Good job, man. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see, your pipe was broken.
It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I managed to bandage the thing up. For now.
You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
Gaslighting him now. I wonder what we should make of this account. Could be important.
Objection.
No. This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate myself with you young lady.
What? Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
How's that important? I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. No. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Yeah, kind of feel sucky about it. Why they didn't listen to me but did listen to her. But I'm glad she's my assistant, I guess. Offer her his... what? Ah, to the woman? Okay. To Susato, I mean. Oh, no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Okay, but... okay. Something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe here. Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. Snake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. Are you saying it's the knife's edge? Wait a second. Is it? Is it? It looks like the tip of a blade or something. I never checked the blade. Can we open it, I wonder? The tip of the blade. Surely it couldn't be. And he was drinking. Well, it's stuck in there, I think. He wasn't even drinking the tea with it, was he? She was pouring it, but I doubt he was drinking from it. Can we open it? Oh! I never did. Was it even possible before? Maybe it wasn't possible. So, how did he drink? From the cup? Who would be drinking the tea from the pipe that's supposed to be for smoking? Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of blade appears to be missing. Wait, part of it is missing. I could be wrong, but I've just got the feeling. You remember this? That's the tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Garadab's knife. I wonder how it actually happened though. Like, I don't see it ever happening. But, okay. Yes, and just maybe... Oh my! Omnibus. It's a perfect feed. It feeds like a glove. Okay. Somehow I just knew it. Yeah, really, you did. Okay. Well, case is solved. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Proving it. Can I like straight up ruin this man's life? Or probably save his life by ruining his wife's one?
Objection.
Mr. Garadab, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bully thing. What do you mean? You can't? I used to call me a dead-eye dab back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D and P from a Q, to be honest. I'm not talking about letters here, I'm talking about the metal piece. Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter in every other word. You must very dizzy. Be very busy? What is that? What is that? A tiny scrap of paper, metal. Metal. Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? Right here? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garridup's pipe. My pipe, you say? My Jove? I wonder... Is it supposed to be love? Since he's mixing up letters. I wonder how that got there. And in what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Consul? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? Yeah. I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record. Okay. Is he saying bye? I thought he says my. Ah, bye. Never mind. I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. His he probably doesn't know that his butt is like burnt a little bit. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Consul. Very well, then present the statement pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth?
Take that!
Obviously. This is the knife that was found in the victim's bag. If you look closely, I wonder why no one ever actually mentioned that the end of the knife is broken. It was in the back of the victim. They extracted it. Obviously they saw it. And no one said a word about it. You will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. Nice to know.
And what of this particular knife?
No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Deduction.
But... no, that's not the case. The tip of the particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garridup's pipe.
Good grief! Lord Van Zeeks. I don't believe it.
The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. They are.
Good golly gosh.
Oh, she's standing on the box. I didn't even notice it because I was busy with looking at his butt at first.
Order. Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery?
What? I don't have anything to do with that.
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. Yeah. The miracle is how the tip got into pipe. I still wonder, how the hell did this happen? How did she have to throw it so it ended up in there? So, one Ziggs has figured it out, hasn't he? Has he?
Council, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garradap's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
Had this thing in my hand, as usual at the time of the onslaught, knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying on unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two, that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garradup flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garradup, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time. Wait, so it fell? She picked it up and threw it again? Out the window? And ended up flying out of the window. Which caused the tip to break off, of course. Need some drink. So cold already. Already, like in 3 hours.
Good lord!
Could be. It's coffee. Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garradup's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1.
And yet there is no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in this pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. Oh, that's how it happened. Oh, that is quite unbelievable, but okay. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garradup's house. Alone again. I did have a dinner before. I should be fine. Is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no!
Objection!
What? What do you...
A full-bodied theory. I'll give you that.
What? Can't I drink coffee? God damn it.
A complex bouquet seemingly trivial points. Of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost possible vintage.
You're talking about the drink or me? Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry?
But after all, this is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see,
It's spoiled by an unsurmountable inconsistency. God, I thought it was over. Like, not guilty, confetti flying around. Why you gotta ruin my day like this? Again. What?
Lord Wanzeeks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified?
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her. And? I know what happened already. She leaned to pick up the book. There's a book on her hand. Oh my god. You said something to keep...
That's right, you silly little man.
Now, Joanne, old thing. What are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife was struck her had fallen from above, there is no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back.
But...
That but, by the way. Oh, duh.
Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her the top of her hand.
Well,
He's lost for word, look. I knew it. I never liked the theory. I don't know, though, what really did happen.
It would appear the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder.
If the theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Yeah, you believe in that for as long as you can, because it's not gonna be too long.
We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now, the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency.
Or in other words,
we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand.
True.
Miss Sato. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
But this inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong... It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying?
Counsel.
There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from the above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer.
Goodness.
Utter
utter madness.
Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
This is the last inconsistency. The final piece in the puzzle. How many times you've said that? If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the fallen knife became lodged in the victim's back is the burned fourth book.
Take that!
This. The fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. Damn it. The burned book?
Is that not Mr. Garridup's book?
Yes. And to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene of in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand.
But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. No, he said he found it that way. Quite so. As part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Bede made an extremely enlightening statement to that point. Yeah, exactly what I said. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up on her own volition. And clearly that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I would say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything.
So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By jingo. I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh, dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garridup household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past.
Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw.
Yes, Mrs. Garridup, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down.
Yeah, most likely. Oh, she's so cute though. On the side view.
And picked the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh, heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. This is so unfortunate. She was so unlucky to be there at that precise moment. That's why you shouldn't throw anything out of your window. It's just not safe. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above. The jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green was the defendant, Mr. Sosuke Natsume.
Well, I never.
It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. I mean, can you call it an accident when someone is actually throwing knives? I mean, it's an accident. She wasn't throwing the knife at the woman, but she was throwing it at her husband, so... Okay. And that is the real truth behind this case. Funny. Yes, it would be. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. So she didn't even know it happened.
There, old bean. Old bean.
Best joke so far. Poor Mrs. Gary Depp. Poor victim. Don't throw knives at people, please. And you shouldn't just throw knives at all. Of course, I never meant for anything of that sort to happen, but you could still stab your husband. It was all my fault, wasn't it? Maybe she's just that good at throwing that she was just throwing it with good aiming. She literally hit the pipe. Still have no idea how the tip was inside the pipe. But I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw that knife as well. John, dear.
It's all right. I know.
Oh, the way she's looking at him. Look at that. She loves him so much. And he knows it. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry. Oh. Okay. Oh, you're doing it. You're doing it. You're good. That's so cute. That's okay. They fell together.
Lord Van Zix, what news of Mrs. Garrett?
Oh, what? It happened some time ago? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern.
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We have been talking about the victim all this time, but we have never once met her. Will we ever? How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume? I forgot he existed. Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture. And you have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. I'm glad that he actually did this. That's very nice of him. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. What? Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes. Ah, well, he escaped, yeah? I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought that she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, likely they're haunting me. Like? He said like, right? Yeah, he did. Poor Sosuke-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. Fog spirits? I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. You would still be suspected anyway, so... didn't change too much. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. Interesting. Never about spirits, but how do you know? One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from East, you should have named me first because, you know, I didn't hold job. The chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready? What if we completely uncover the truth and there is certainty, 100% certainty that he's
not guilty. But the jury, like, still all vote for guilty. What would happen? I mean, there is still a chance that that can happen, right? He's guilty. No! Horrible. As a foreman of this jury, I can assure you, we have reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure.
Oh, Garrett was here now. You can't sit here!
He's... You can't sit here!
Sitting for the... in for the old bean whilst she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be.
I don't know.
Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and still start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I'll take a corker of a story to tell my grandchildren when I get home, won't I?
Yeah, guess.
Oh, very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
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 I'm not guilty.
What?
Not guilty. That's probably when jurors are bought or something. Like they are bribed. Horrible. Horrible. Oh, very well, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Oh.
Job is done.
Oh my god. Be careful with those inside the building.
Yeah.
And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Or... Yay.
Oh, sir. Yes, sir. Of course.
Something light. Oh.
On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in the courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
Transported to tears. Thank you, consuls. Court is adjourned.
Whee.
Oh, Lockham. Lockham?
Wait, you mean me? Yeah, that's how he always called me, no?
Of course! Is there another Lockham here?
Is there even one? What does it mean? Compared to the original Lockham student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? And I gotta say, I'm happy with that. That just takes forever to pronounce. What's wrong with using my actual name? At last! I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation. Heidi, hearty, happiness, hooray! Oh, I'm pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that then? Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman wasn't no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that! What do you mean? Lovely, loyal locum lawyer. Oh, I like this one. Can we go with this? Yes? I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sorry it's all in your head, Mr. Nutsmith. But today, you, Rockham lawyer, gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laid bare the baffling truth. Oh, sorry. Mike. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the beast barrister ever born!" I don't understand what he's talking about. Well, that's very flattering and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount for my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. Who's that? Hey, my boy. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Been reading a lot? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. I see I am not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted. I'm glad to say. Oh. The trial shall begin recently. Wait, what? Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you very best of luck. What are you talking about? Trial just ended. It's just finished. Oh, I got scared he's talking about something else. What? No! Then my haste was in vain! Yeah, you could just stay there in bed for longer. Late to the party! Arr! It's you! You know him? Herlock Sholmes? Oh, right. I think he wasn't happy about him. Ah, he led the police to him, right? Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, that's why he doesn't like him. Oh, have we met, sir? Well, not exactly, but he knows you. This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a peace of mind. Well, I mean, you did escape from the crime scene. And you left stuff there. Obviously they would catch you. So, you can't just blame him. But I don't know what he said to police. He said to police that it was just him, but police was like, haha, then he's the killer. Straight up. My apologies, sir. But I assure you, I have placed you now. You are the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Eh? Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. What? Priceless. Oh, I'm so sorry. Really, but... What's so funny? That was quite priceless. Poor Sasuke-san. Still, on the bright side, you have had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. I think I would pass that kind of experience. Willy Wonka. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. Not even. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? He was just happy a moment ago before this figure came up in. Even after these, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Oh, you're saying you're gonna be killed. Well, we'll see about it in the next case, I guess. Ah, Lord Wanzeeks. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you have found not guilty, you're still doomed! It will all be alright, Mr. Hanatsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, it will protect you. I will protect you? Why me? With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Are you planning to live with this man to constantly be able to protect his ass or what? Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Susato. Yeah, thank you very much. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh! It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I have visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with a tutelage of professors. I have learned so much about the wealth of literature here, and city has snapped. Shaped. Wait, did I... And the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. Wouldn't you do that? That's not it at all!
The more I learn of literature, the more the strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Sosuke-san. Could be an interesting read. Nice advertisement. And what about Miss Sato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What about us? Oh, will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? I don't think we will yet. Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. Yeah, wow. Yeah, true. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in the hotel at present, are you not? That's right. But we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. Yeah. I have calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Are you, like, living right now? Oh, the windowless room with no water? If anything, like, water, like, actual working toilet and bathroom is what I need. So, no. But what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. But those things are present in any rooms, no? Window tax. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh, nice. You also leave it there. Thank you. Oh my, an evil spirit. Oh yeah. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's unfollowable wake-up call. You live... What? That's fucking creepy. We'll think about it if that's alright. No, I don't want that. Thank you. Why did he left? I mean, because he didn't have money. But his cat. What? He's living a cat? How can you do this? Yeah, I guess it's like in the movie. Did I share the video with you, right? With the cat getting on like. Well, the cat wasn't really getting on her chest, but it was always around. Yeah. It was so cute though. I know I would be so annoyed, but damn, it was cute. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome and alternative. Your place? Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Well, why not? Really? Yeah, I know Susato would be really excited about it. Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. What? How? Though it is up in the attic, I might add. I guess it's better than anything. Do I have to pay? Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. This is sweet of him, kinda. Use the restroom. So you ended up not using it. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of. Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words. Don't cry.
So suggesting we'll look elsewhere is out then. Yeah, I don't think she would agree on anything besides this. Anything else. I mean, I would still take my chances if I were you, DKP. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. She can even cook. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist.
I don't know what to say, but thank you. Oh, and yes.
So this means he won't die, right? I have a feeling I know how the next case will start. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. No, somebody's happy.
Welcome. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you, too. It's a shame that we are going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, apparently we will spend night together. Acknowledge and set. What? I don't get it. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan.
But Lockham, we'll meet again one day.
Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. You're sure on the right path there to become one. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Oh, so he's not even a successful author yet? Does this mean he's not gonna die yet? Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? But don't we have to wait for Susato? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. Him dying instead of getting... Yeah, true. True. But still, possibility it will happen. I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. So he's not coming with us. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, Baker Street. Woo-wee. And got position at the Imperial University. Then wrote I Am a Cat. Then when he was 31 or 32 and became famous. Okay, I have a few months to become famous then. This takes way longer than I thought. I thought we would finish this case in an hour or something. Pressure? Yeah. You know what? I gave up anyway. So this... Oh, you're here. You're done with paperwork? Is to be our new office. Yes, it's actually... Well, she did a good job cleaning this. Yeah. Doesn't look bad. Not cluttered. Our office. I rather like the sound of that. Do you? Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? So, you guys are sleeping in one room? The shipping is hard. I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh my! Have I ever seen you without a hat? I don't think so. What is this suit? Looking good. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Or do you adore him? Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner.
Hi, Iris. You guys seem to have similar outfits.
We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid.
We alone now. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? Did you hear us? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. I really don't like how he's laughing. What about it? He has problems. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. What? Share with me. Sorry? London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. Mirth? Mirth? Is that? But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Yeah, I kind of heard that. Shadows? What do you mean? Mirth? Mirth. Joy. Thanks. Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. So you're not gonna exactly tell me what? Okay. Of course. At the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came. So to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Foreshadowing. Do I press? I don't press. Okay. Save your program. Of course.
The episode 4 is done.
Finally. Oh my god, that took forever. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Don't spoil yourself. Episode 5. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. And yes, we will start it. I wonder how many streams it will take me to finish this one. I bet it's long. Well, what are you talking about? I feel with people, any location can have like bad things happening there. Yes. Baskerville. Wait! The Hound of the Baskervilles. This is straight up.
It's coming! Sholmes' cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles."
Including this one. Let's see. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country, and in Soski-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. Huh? What do you mean? Which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from the faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. Knock, knock, knock. Hey, you guys are having everything lively here. I see. Where are you sleeping, by the way? Do you have 2 beds? That morning, I was woken up by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. Need more. Darama? Who? It looks like an angry matryoshka. But after he's gone, oh, she's all up. Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san. Yes! Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? What do you mean? Sus? She's not. She's not sus at all. Nah. I trust in her because she seems to be to represent the character in the main series that you trust. Unless they really would like to change things up. That would be weird. And once our beliefs are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see. What case is it today? Here we go again. Are you okay? Just move. Sholmes is sweet. Ew. I mean, I was kind of excited about him walking in the courtroom. That was cool. That never happened before.
Morning, Runa. Morning, Susie.
Playing on the violin, of course. Classic. That's not really good playing, is it? Is it?
Good morning, Iris.
Iris?
What is it, Runa?
What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. Oh, what the fuck, Runovsky? Don't say that. It must be.
Ah, yes. You noticed that, did you?
It's hard not to.
Hurley isn't in the best form this morning, it seems.
Wonder why. He's so down. Hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning. Oh, what is it? A good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. What? Is this his ammo stage? Ammo? Damn this balanced existence. Blanched. Sorry. What is balanced? That would be really upsetting, won't it? That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. Why don't? Why you don't?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'm sure I do. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble. Huh? My god, there's a cat. And Ryanovsky just said something about strangling the cat. Hi, Ayashimi. Hi, how are you?
Oh my god, it's so cute!
It's that cat! Oh look, it's Vagahai. That's your name? That's weird. What does it mean?
Good morning, boy. Oh, it's a boy. Yeah, it has a tie there. So cute. Hi.
That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get there? Isn't it belonging to Mr. Natsume?
Well then, everyone, time for breakfast.
That's great.
Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris.
It would indeed be a fine day to die. I knew something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. Yeah? And what is it? I mean, did I see? I mean, I'm not sure I even checked his desk before. The missing machine. Older. I for older people. I? Me? Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but your desk looks rather empty today. Well done, Miss Sasato. Your observational skills do you credit. Oh, no, Mr. Sholmes, they pale into insignificance when compared to yours. I'm surprised she's not blushing. Okay. That's weird name for anyone. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? You mean Hurley's great analytoscope? That's an Windy Banks now. It's a what? Sorry? It's at Windy Bank? No, Windy Banks, the pawnbrokery. You're out of money? Pawn? What? You mean you have pawned an enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly. How are you gonna get it back? But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. Not that I can spare much money. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. What can it be anything? How can it be anything but desperate? Making use of the pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. I don't think it's ordinary anywhere. I mean, people only go there when they have nothing else, like, no other choice, right? It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbrokery works. Huh? What's to understand exactly? I mean, if it's not, that's probably not the reason why you feel so upset. What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how it works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week. And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they have earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. My brain just completely blacked off when they talked about it. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London. So I don't get it. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious. So, whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we'll leave it in the windy banks, you see. In the way. How is the machine getting in the way? A pawnbroker can be thought of an extremely secure wall off as so it's like you put it to get protected? Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in the Great Britain, indeed.
Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. But watch. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley?
Why did you do this? What does it matter? The world is dead to me now.
Why?
You seem to be very unhappy this morning. What happened? It used to be the case that in my hands this violin sang like the dawn chorus. Its melissonant tones would make flowers bloom. It would? But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
For hours I have bowed, for days even. Through the night I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever. No more recitals of unbridled emotion. What are you talking about?
Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley?
Don't worry.
Don't worry. I'm sure it will come back to you in time.
I mean, I have like huge times on when I'm not doing things that I should, like drawing, and I'm just, whenever I try, nothing comes of it. But sometimes, rarely, things go out very well. Very rarely. So I understand his down attitude. Depression, yes. Poor thing. That will go away, I guess. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. Yeah. One day they bestow genius on a man. The next, they unmercifully withdraw it. Let me hug you. Oh, dear. Why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left? For pity's sake, what is left? Oh. Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? Oh, that's all I can talk to you. Examine? Wait. Examine? Oh, maybe you can talk to the girl? The cat, I even forgot about it. Can I look at it? Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled in to this new home, then? His new home.
Oh, yes. And I have become very attached to little Waggy. Waggy.
It would appear his previous owner is completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their meows is empty as the hearts of the muses. I can see some people getting triggered by this.
If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place.
Indeed, that was heartless. I mean, is he gone already, or what? I expect he would have taken him if he could. But pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships. Ah, wait, so does this mean that the cat is from here, actually? Chill. It's a game. And for a good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Yeah, we witnessed it. Kinda. Well, I don't mind because Weggy is adorable. He is. Oh my god! I love cats! Can I pet it? Oh, look at the paw! You can see the paw there. Yes, he really is. Oh, yes. What about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Oh, you noticed. You are observant, Bruno. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. That is what? Looks like a weird kind of gun. What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. What? Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? What, you just press on the button and makes a door for a cat in your door? Where do I buy that? That's right. It can make a cat flap for a little fluffy friend like Weggy in seconds. How? Is this magic? It can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. I wouldn't be surprised if it will be somewhat important in the next case. It's very powerful, you see. On AliExpress. So true. So true. I got the message from them that they have a new app. I have to download it. Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap? He kind of has a point. Well, yes, maybe, but now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. I mean, how many doors do you have? And oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for the door of our office upstairs, Iris. Eye massager. VR. Eye massager doesn't sound like a bad thing. It's probably actually good. She really knows how to make to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. What? I hope the cat is alright. What was that? Vagahai? What the fuck? What? No. No. Tell me the cat is alright. I don't care about people. But not the cat. What was that? Oh no! Vagahai is tangled up in your violi. That's fucking dangerous, but how did it happen? To preserve, start work. You don't really... I mean, It's nice to just lie and relax, but you also can do a massage by your hands, you realize that. Just like make different motions around your eyes. Tap a little bit. You can close your eyes and tap on the eyelids slightly, of course, don't press too much. Like move eyes around, make exercise with eyes. It will take you a little bit more movements than just pushing that machine on your face, but it's doable. I think he thinks it's a toy. No, what's he doing to it? Oh dear, Mr. Sholmes' precious violin. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised if the cat is a more accomplished musician than I now. Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Yeah. I'll use one time. Oh. Then sure, go on then. Be my guest.
Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Harley?
Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Assess the damage on the cat. That's violence seems to be fine. Where's the cat?
Kitty? Kitty, kitty, kitty.
This part looks very female-ish, you know, like this one looks completely different, I see. Cute. Do I keep talking to you or what? What do you want from me? Then. Why? Okay, let's check the violin. Maybe that's what they want from us. Looks like it. Yeah, I see. It's broken? It's a Stradivarius. Really? One of the finest violins in the world. Made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. How could you say that? I happened up on it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. So how are you gonna get your machine? What if someone else buys your machine before you can get it? The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. Yeah, thank God there is no internet in your century, so most people are probably unaware of a lot of things. How honorable of you. I mean... And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there reason to live in the world devoid of music? Actually, no. No, I would not live a day without it. To tolerate this blanched existence, no. I love music. I just... if there was no music in the media or just the music, Like, constantly listen. If I do something, I always listen to the music. There is none. Mr. Sholmes. What, dear madam? What? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think? What do you mean? I think Naruhodo just said that it's nothing of special. Hmm? What do you mean, Mrs. Sato? Oh, Susie's right! Are you talking about it being broken? Because I thought we established it. Yes, the tone of the wood is completely different. What do you mean? And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack there before. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? Huh? What's this? I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all. Then what? I believe it's an entirely different instrument called viola. Viola? Viola? What? How did he not realize that it's different? If he's like... he's probably playing often. You're right. You are quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what, pray, is this piece of stringed flotsam? So explains, I guess, why you're not playing it well? Not your faithful performing partner, then. Ah, I see what must have happened. You do, Iris? This is just a simple mix-up. It sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what happened if we ask her. Why don't you just go and straight up ask her yourself? What did you mean? Well, you see, this violin, this viola? Viola? I mean, wasn't at Windy Banks until last week. At pawnbrokers. Below. Are you telling me that he also gave up his violin into there and then came back to get it back and got something else instead? Is that what happened? There is a proverb from the East with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. You seem to be in higher spirits now. Always let a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth? Oh, what a wonderful idea. Okay. Last week I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Windybeck mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. Or he did it on purpose, because he already sold your instrument. But my ears cannot be deceived by... Wait, not sold. You exchange items. Is that how it works? so never mind. Still kinda sold it off. My ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. But just before you were very upset, as if you had no idea. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Exchange and sell. Show? Show? What is that? A fine state of affairs, this is. And why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, and never trust a pawnbroker, they will try to fiddle you every time. Then why you keep going there? But earlier you told us that... That's not a good sign. If I will disconnect, if the stream will die, that's probably because the light went off. Oh, okay, don't do that. I'm scared. I'm afraid of darkness. Keep my phone on. Make sure just charged a little bit. It started raining. It's been raining here too, but not always affecting the lights. Extremely secure vault. Yeah. Guess not anymore. Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Huh? Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect. Pressing your coffee so obtusely. All I understood is coffee and toast. Thank you. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? What? We must visit Mr. Vindibag's bakery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes? Precisely, Mrs. Sato, without a moment's delay. She's so happy when he's like, you're right, Susato. She's drooling. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. I haven't even started. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to press your eggs even more. I don't know what you're talking, but I'm eating. Fuck off. Alright, say no more, let's go then. No, but the eggs. I love me some eggs in the morning. Don't worry, Aruno. I'd be happy to heat it up for you again later. Oh, thank you very much. I love you. Thank you, Iris. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbrokers look like. Can we? Why is there 2 locations? Baker Street? A large park nearby too. Ah, Windybag's pawnbrokery. Well, we need to pawnbroker right now, so okay, let's go. In. Right in. Right in. Oof. Lots of stuff. Kind of reminds me of that store we visited in Siberia, the world before. That was actually her house back in the day. So this is a British pawnbrokery. Oh my! There are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid eyes on before. Like lots of hats. Are these buckets? Buckets? Those are buckets. Why are there buckets? Clocks too. Yeah. Susato-san, and that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? Oh no, I'm also like, I think that's like, women are like that. We just can't get, like, pass by the stores. If we enter the store, all the little trinkets and everything, it just catches our eyes. I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. Yeah. A woman that likes stores. Classic, right? My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. She reacts like he didn't come with us. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Oh, you can't see the guy. I mean, well, he probably will see him soon, but still. There we go. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, sir. Welcome back. Unless it's clothes. Sometimes clothes too, but I don't really like shopping for clothes. Because in stores there's not too many options. I prefer online shopping for clothes. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we're potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Windeback of our ire. Depression. Yeah, here it happened like in a second, really. Come, and fight is afoot. I'm not fighting. You can fight if you want. Five hours? Why? Waiting for mother. Okay. What can you do for 5 hours? I guess you mean not just one store, but like these huge stores when they have lots of stores, right? Yeah, you can get lost in those. Violin, give it back. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Oh, yes? He knows something. This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windeback. Bank. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for the pawnbroker. There is only one way to make amends. Run away. What? What are you doing? I shall have to take my own life. No, what the fuck, dude? I thought he was gonna shoot us. Though, I don't think that will be necessary, do you? Do you? Do you? If I may just say one thing before I pop off. Oh no. Please don't. Imagine cleaning all this. Yes? Everyone is pretty down today. I see it just happens in the city, eh? Must be the weather. It was you, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry? As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard Ah, here it is. You did. And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. Anything to say, Sholmes? However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse you any longer. May the skill die with me. Oh, dude. How do you even leave if you still... How did you still survive if you think so much responsible for any little thing that's not even your fault? No, 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 stop, my dear fellow. The fault is mine. Oh, I'm actually surprised he acknowledges that. Phew. It would appear that the fight is over. Thank God. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windybank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Herlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either a laugh or a cry, I suppose. Yeah. And I don't think I've seen him crying. We've seen him very upset so far. Let's keep our hopes up. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. Challenging? I needn't remind you of the peculiar collection of items you have brought through my door in the past. Oh, peculiar items. I mean, he can refuse taking an item, right? If he doesn't think that it's good enough or whatever. Right? Right. I think so. Sorry. Zach. In the extreme... peculiar items? In the extreme, man. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, The Novels of Herlock Sholmes, or some such. Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? And unpublished! A story I have yet to read, you mean? Ah, forgive me. Wait, before you die, you must tell me more. Yeah, she's dying to know. I must know more. Tell me everything. Taking his life. Very little happened, really. Wow, Susato-san is really fired up now. Bigger than they bought. Ah. I mean, but people are not that dumb anymore. You can like Google how stuff costs, and considering people are bringing it in, it's not new, so the price would be definitely lower than the new ones. Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof? Destroyed. Well,
One day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see? I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Windyback. For a chest like that? 1 shilling, sir. Not a farthing more. In houses. Something of very great value indeed. It houses the latest manuscript recounting the adventures of one Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Why would he just put it in the pawn? I don't understand. I beg your pardon, a manuscript. You wish to deposit a manuscript? Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here. How can it be safe though, if anyone can come in and exchange it to anything else or buy it? And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Teapot set, for example. Sell for more. I guess it's really hard though to do that. Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings securely. Of course, sir, of course. Wow, he sounded kind of scary right now. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you, all my life. This is all very strange. Yeah, I don't know what. I wonder, could I ask you something? Ah, a gentleman from the east, I see. Yes, that sable suit? Sable? I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it? Suit? What am I gonna wear? Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull. Sorry? Aha! But for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic, Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say. Gotta say, yeah, it's nice. Oh my, 5 guineas, you say? We shall sell it. Right now. How interesting. Why do I feel as though I have suffered some sort of defeat here? Not your fault though, I guess. Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you describe. Stripper clothes. I don't think she would though. And he meant that... yeah, he meant something else. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secured stowage. And after the 2 months are passed, you can freely get rid of it. If in that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned. But what happens if they don't pay you the money? Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me. So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed. Then, gonna be used in the case, I tell you. That's right, madam. That's right, which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all. Really surprised he's still alive.
The very idea, Mr. Windybank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. Says the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die, and only this morning. Indeed. And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device which Mr. Windybank has installed here in his shop. I call it the red-handed recorder. What does it do? Is that not so, Mr. Windybank? What was that deep sigh for? About? Yeah, he's not happy about it, is he? What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are two just below the ceiling. The buckets? Huh? The camera? I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. I see it in the picture, but where is it in the game? Do you see a camera? Wait. April. So sorry. I don't see camera. Must be hidden camera. But she said she sees it. Very astute. No. Okay, good that it's not just me. It is indeed a camera, furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Here, I have an example I can show you. Cool. I mean, it's just pictures though. Well, they have a long way to go for cameras. Video cameras. But it's cool that it also like has time on it. Ah, yes. A print from a camera set to record the activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. It's in darkness? So impressive. That's a cute doggo in the picture there. Cute. Wait, is that a cat in the lower picture? A white cat. Really? That's extraordinary. Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look, not just counter, like all the items on it too. All clear. So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed, unless he would be here only during the camera not taking the picture. What does he say, every 5 minutes? Wait, 30 minutes. Pfft, dude. But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30 minutes intervals? Indeed, as you say, my dear madam. 30. Then what if the incident were to occur in between times? One could only say, that would be a cruel twist of fate. Yeah, you could say so, I guess. I mean, that's more likely than not. I must confess, your devices have been giving me some cause of distress of late. How? I beg your pardon, Mr. Windybank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one, but 2 cameras in my shop after all. Which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. And you... I am afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Yeah, I think you should stop doing that. That's not worth it. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery, no? Nah, if you are ready to pay for the photos, then okay. My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price. Oh, heaven help us. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. It's red. I don't like it. It's scary. Painting someone. Woo. The very thing. Thank you, Mr. Windybank. That took forever. Perhaps this might mark the end of peculiar items you try to pop. Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Fear not. Sorry? I have only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed. I mean, if you just keep waving it, you can still shoot it by accident. Stand still for hours, no thanks. But that way we can get these cool old pictures. I mean, we have them now. It's kind of still amazing, isn't it? Plus, yeah, the progress. That's not really what I meant. Good day to you then, Mr. Windybank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes. Was it? So, Mr. Naruhodo, and now we can explore at last. Explore? What for? Do I want to? What for? What is that? Oh, look at this. Whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. There is a small catch just here. Look. Waldo. We're going to open it, aren't we? Looks weird as fuck. Oh my, that's amazing. It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism, which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. Let's not break things here. I don't think I have money to pay for it. What are you two doing? I don't know. I thought we're done here, but she's like, let's explore. What? Us? Nothing? No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. Yeah, is it like, how do you, binocle? But by... Probably is another word in English. Okay, never mind. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. Have I? Elsewhere? And where? What is this? Now, what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? Binocle. Is that the word? I forgot already. Haven't met it in a while in video games. It seems to have two little windows for looking through. Two? Is that binocle too? Just a little bit big? Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at as a stereoscope. And that is what? A stereoscope. Fascinating. It is amply named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look. But I want to. Just before you do, there's something I should point out. It can poke your eyes out, my dear fellows. In order to see the image properly stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. But what's the point of this then? To see photos. To see? However, I mean, I have something similar from my kindergarten times. I have like a little it looks like a toy house from the plastic and has a little opening that you look through, and there is a picture of me inside. You have to actually look at the light because the bottom is a little bit like transparent slightly, so the light comes in. Kind of cool device. Alright then, I'm going to try it. Is she gonna cross your eyes? Her eyes? Yeah. Mr. Naruhodo, you must see at once! Oh, alright then. I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. Okay. What the? I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print. But wait, was I supposed to cross my eyes? It seems like you could reach out and touch it. Wait! Crossing eyes. I've trained. Fuck, I missed the opportunity. But you know what, there is these I remember back in the day, the whole internet was full of these pictures where you were supposed to look at them in a specific way, probably cross-eyed too. And you were supposed to see stuff. I never saw any. I never understood how it works. Like there's weird pictures. Do you know what I'm talking about? So yeah. Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. Blink at the wall. Ah, those, yeah. I've seen it. Those work. Usually they're just reverted colors, and when you look away, or just blink, I think. Well, or look away, yeah. You can see the picture. There is also some that you see something on if you look closely, and it becomes something else when you walk away and look at the distance. They also work. Pictures like this. Cool. And hi, Ski. They are often found in the little stalls in the park. People quay, for hours to see them. Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic? What? It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. Or never? Oh, he probably just does not know how to explain. What is this? Look at this. What could this lovely big shiny box be? That, my dear, is a music. I literally knew it. It looks like the music box in Resident Evil 3 that I'm gonna play on Saturday. I can't wait. I already made like I created my seed for the randomizer, and it told me that I have 9 rooms with Nemesis and 10 rooms with Hunters. I really don't think I can do it, but it will be fun to try. Surely you have such things in your own country. Oh my, yes, but I have certainly never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? Why not? Look at the stereoscope again. Maybe. Nah, I don't feel like it. What a sublime sound. You can do it. We'll see. Maybe. I wonder if I can get some. I should look into it. Just in case if things will get really bad. So I don't have to restart the whole thing. Maybe I can like use something. Like, you know, like a cheat. Pressing. Maybe, but maybe it will. Well, yeah, sublime sound. It's like the music of angels. It kind of does sound nice. I've never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular spaceman is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. Oh, makes sense. There is a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness, what a simply delightful machine. Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Yeah, understandable. Science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. You would be amazed if you lived these days. Well, maybe not these days, but like 20 years later. Yeah, before us. Do I have to check everything? I don't, right? What am I even doing here? I see it's April, probably 15 or something. I got it right. That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th April. Today's date.
Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. The perfect calendar for a tear-away fellow such as yourself, Mr. Windybag. Tear away? And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? You missed. When is it? Never mind. Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. I'm so sorry. That was a stupid question. I asked it before I actually thought. So, I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say. Good for you. Oh yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job. That's all. Can I just go? Wait, where is the box that he brought with the novel? I think that's what she wanted me to see. Is this the box? No, I can't even check it. Where's the box? No, we talked to him. I don't see any boxes that look any special. What an assortment of things there are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine. Those are forfeited items. Offered for sale by pawnbroker. What does that really mean though? When you pawn or colloquially pop an item, the broker loans your money against its worth. He stores an item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale at the price of his choosing. Oh yeah, now you have explained, I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So, you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never! It embodies my student spirit. And what? Only twopence for it. What? That ain't fair, and you know it. The article is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Wait, what? What's going on? Someone else here? Sounds like there is an argument brewing over the counter. Come on, that can't be right. Have you ever had a proper butcher's at it? Have you ever had? Sounds familiar. I've seen all I need to see, young girl. Sorry, talking about this? You mean of Resident Evil? That's fine. I've mentioned it myself. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her.
Yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGilded's trial 2 months ago.
Yeah, she must have stolen the item that she's trying to pawn here. See ya, Dicky P. Gina Lestrade. Chancer. She's a pickpocket.
Gordon Bennett? You lot.
Who? Who?
Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you have been well.
Hey, what? You remember me then, do you?
Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. Hard to not remember you. So, what you have doing in here? Down and out, like the rest of us. Nothing to eat. Come to pop that black vessel. Weasel? Sorry, Code Avia?
I really don't understand what you're talking about. What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? It's beautiful. They just envious. Ah, good day. Unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Yeah.
Mr. Sholmes?
So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article, so I shall negotiate with Mr. Windebank on your behalf.
Pull the other one. I don't need to help from... no help from stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on, or I'll make trouble for ya.
As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. Don't look at me. He's really done it. He's gone. Don't! I don't like the way she's looking. I'm sorry. This guy looks more pink than he did before. But as I said, there's really no room for negotiation here. What is that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc? Must be for that musical box.
And you? Go on. Leave me alone.
Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Yeah, me neither. I still have no idea why I'm still here. Susato-san can really stand her ground when she wants to. She has the Susato takedown. Or whatever she calls it.
Whatever.
Somehow I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Why? I think it's the perfect place for her. She steals, she comes here to sell off.
Yeah, well, I am, alright? I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. What a problem. That a problem, is it?
No, not at all. It's just that we'll...
Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over Chewy. Your Chowie Chase? Chowie Chase?
Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines.
You said it out loud, dude.
You're not going to deny it, Mr. Hanaruhodo. I guess I'm not. Alright then, I'm just going to come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, you are here. well, I don't know how best to answer that really. Suppose sometimes you're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade.
But not this time, alright? I swear, that thing belongs to me.
The disc that Mr. Windibank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. Mr. Windibank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface. Ah, this is a musical disc, you see, for use inside a music box. In a musical box.
What? You don't even know what a musical box is?
Actually, I was just told, like a moment ago.
You Eastern. A lot ain't too savvy, eh?
I know what musical box is. I've just never seen one of these discs before. Oh, you can literally see it in one of these musical boxes standing right here. Small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc inside the machine going and beautiful music plays.
It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc?
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There's so many different types of music box, you see. British-made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for.
I see.
And that's it in a nutshell. He really said that. I shouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny.
That's a packet of lies. He told me he did. He said it was, well...
He? Who?
Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That disc is worth good money, I know it is.
Well then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you?
Hey!
She's been in before, of course, this little tattered Demalion.
I see.
And brought some dubious articles or other with her every single time, I might add.
Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me.
So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Well, if only it were that simple. Sorry, what do you mean? What she actually brought in was a storage ticket. Huh? So, Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing.
Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. True. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight. But as she gave me the ticket for it, I repaid both the loan and the interest. I was obliged to return the article to her. But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windibank. The little scamp is wearing it, ma'am. It's the overcoat that she redeemed. Oh, what?
What? What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does.
So what about the disc then? How does that come into all this? I lost it, I gotta say. Ah, the disc is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I can agree a price. That is... I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in storage ticket today. It's really quite simple. Not gonna see her in a while, sorry. Yeah, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say. For this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, as I'd understood it. That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin, what? Put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. Rifling? Oh, you mean...
What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady?
Ah, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it? If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am. And she immediately tried to pawn it. For quite a... Did he literally see her take it out of a pocket? She's not really bright, is she? Quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think.
Give it up. Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would.
Just go to another pawn shop. Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place?
Well, me?
It doesn't really appear to be your size.
Me, old man. It's me old man's, ain't it?
Is it Miss Lestrade? Yeah, you're the one to know, I guess. Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious.
Out of my way, please.
Who's that? Who's that? Oh my! I actually didn't know which voice to make because I had no idea who that is. But, okay. Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Brianowski. I didn't know. Okay, hello. Oh my god. Don't strike those eyes at me. Good day to you, ladies. Gentlemen?
What's your problem, eh?
There is no problem as long as you remove yourself. I've a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl. Why are you looking at me when saying that? For the hygiene you deserve. Is he literally like calling her out on the what? He's ready to fight?
Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line.
Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket.
Who are you? How do you know who I am?
Kinda look like one. The question is, how do you not know who I am? Are we supposed to? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, it seems. Oh, you just stole from you? Stole from you? What? You mean from you? She's like, I would remember you. Probably you saw his back only or something. Broker. You're a broker. What are you doing here? Ah, you're talking to broker. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pickpocket, pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Oh my. What do you miss? Some sexy dude just came into store. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel? What's that? Come on, this coat doesn't look like it belongs to you. And needless to say, any music box discs too. No, you can't have it. It's just you just can't. It's me old man's, or it was. No, it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Maybe we should just, like, go away or something. Yes, I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Do we have to... Do I care? Apparently I do. Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying. What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before. Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now. No! I swear it. I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street minding my own business when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again. Again? I thought to myself, those wretched pickpockets. Yet again. Oh yes. As you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. I guess, yeah, you might draw some attention. This isn't the first time that I have been targeted at these backslump scoundrels by them. I love how ridiculous this game is sometimes. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Hey. That's all she can say. Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. Can he prove it's his? If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Hold on. Why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cove. And you think I'm the dodgy one? Well, you guys both are kinda dodgy. I gotta say, I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. Sucks to be poor. Well, what about evidence? Yeah? What about it? Where is your evidence that I have stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it. Yeah, I also was like, where's evidence? Oh, I have evidence. Naturally. You what? Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Of course! We need only consult Mr. Windybank's ledger to know this. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant. Wouldn't he do this himself? What's the problem? Oh, I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. I wonder why. I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine. That's not good. I think coffee made me very hungry. It's not even 3:30. I did hear that coffee makes you digest faster. Never again. But why not? Well, now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity. I understand, but I'm not sure it's a good idea. This is so shady. But then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it? True. Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Of course, it's Professor. Professor? Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. Why didn't you ask about the word the girl? This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt. Take a snack break. I wonder if I should. A watchword, interesting. So, about the... Let's get to something here first. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windybank. As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. I do have something I can munch on. Quickly. I just wasn't sure if I have anything that I can have quickly. But I do. There are many reasons why certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. What's he doing? He's looking at the picture. Do you like the girl there? There was a girl, right? That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Wait, what? Great detectives have to know dark secrets. None at all. Everyone can have dark secrets. Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. To get food. Food! Yay! And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. And if someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article. That's right, sir. Yes. Just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. Requisite? And I have supplied you with the information you require already. But for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat deposited 2 months ago on the 15th February. Ah, right, it's April, yeah. With a watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir. But how? Really, this is beyond a joke now. There is no further room for doubt. Do I talk? Oh wait, no. Examining. Oh, she was there just a second ago. Guess it's not really important. Can I? No. Damn, he's so bright. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect an inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry. Yes, we are from the Empire of Japan. We are studying here. Oh, yes, Japan. I have heard talk of the place. What was that? What? Its inhabitants live on some fiery, brown-colored soup dressed up with exotic spices. Bon appetit, Dicky P. Did you see that little dance this guy made just now? You might be thinking of somewhere else. And what was that theatrical gesticulation about? Yeah, perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another. All this long talk just to find your name. Find out. Racist. Of course, yes, I'm Ryanosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Sasato Mikatoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Yes, Eggert. Benedict. Eggert Benedict. What? It's a pun? I mean, usually names are puns, but I don't get it. Enchante? Egg Benedict is a dish. Ah. Never heard of it. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. Sus. Now, to the matter at hand. It's good. Is it made from eggs? My overcoat. Return it at once. To someone with the style to carry it off. Gotta say, this overcoat looks just like simple as hell. Not something he would wear, no? Don't you like eggs? I love them. Love me some eggs. No, seriously, I do. I'm just asking. That's why it's called Egg Benedict. Not original. Every move he makes, every breath he takes, every move he makes. I can't stand watching him. Nah, you're lying. You're lying. You're in love. Best egg dish ever. Gotta see it. So, let it be the end of the matter. To the matter. And thank you for your costume, Mr. Eggert Benedict, sir. Which, with such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. Oh my god. You should listen to it. It's a great song. This is why I ate grown-ups. How old are you again? Just 'cause I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. Ah, so she gave it back. Okay, I just got it. But of course, sir, here is the disc for you. Just this one? Pardon, sir? I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another. Another disc? Oh dear. Oh no. He's gonna try to kill himself again. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Gutterling, you are hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Says who, eh? I don't know nothing about it. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. It actually surprisingly looked like kind of suited her on the size. Kind of weird. Wait a minute. That disc is mine. Oh, they're gonna fight. Ah! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Oh shit, there is some blood. Yes, there is blood on the disc. It's because of all those sharp little bumps. That man must have scratched his finger on them. I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. You just spit it out. So you're not having it. Oi, you? You take it. Me? What? If I ink onto it, they'll have it of me again. So you keep hold of it. They can still take it from me too. Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? Maybe just because she doesn't want to give it up. You there. In the back livery. Livery? Where? Livery. Hand that disc to me at once. Please. Would you kindly? No, Don, he's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. How old is he? Is he in my here? Oh my god, he looks so young here. I don't know why, but he looks much younger in this picture. And we don't know his age. What do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? Okay. Okay, that's a good moment to take a little break. I'll take in a little break, like maybe 5, probably around 7, maximum 10 minutes. We'll be back real soon. Don't go away, please. Okay. See ya. Hi, I'm back. I'm sorry, it took a little bit longer. I'm wearing my I don't know how to call it, sweater, because it's cold again. It's very nice outside. Like there is a wind, a rain going on, and I heard a distant bird making sounds, and I don't know. It sounds nice. Thanks. Glad to see you. Minecraft. I don't know if I don't think so. I just don't think so. Okay, what are we doing here? Still. Nah, not still. Not cold enough. I think I just didn't put my heater on strong enough. I'm always afraid to overdo it because it can get too hot in my room, because I have to keep my door closed. Sorry. The music. Oh, okay, maybe I will listen to it. Wow, Miss Lestrade is really looking daggers at that mysterious gentleman. We need to do something to calm things down before she loses control and attacks him again. Do we? Do we need to? Don't look at me. Look at those piercing eyes. He's clearly in a no mood to talk. We have to do something quickly before this mysterious gentleman leaves to fetch the police. Or something. Do something? Like what? What? Mr. Windybank is clearly at a loss here. We have to do something about this before he reaches for that revolver of his. I have no idea what you're trying to... Sholmes? What are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. Caramel? Is he sad again? So, you have found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in shadows. Cruelly ostracized as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. What? You didn't even have to go just because she's sad. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious... what the hell happened here? With my voice. Trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst, as you shrewdly observed, knowing on the only friend I have left, the 7% solution of caramel. Percent. Funny. It looks like a chocolate. Caramel. Can I have it? It says Sholmes caramel. Did you make it? Pray, do you claim to understand the depth of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? Are you okay? What happened? Like, again, I mean... It's not my fault. I was so lonely. So desperately lonely. Then, why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Chocolate, please. I would like some. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I feel simply awful for you. It would seem that my interferences are correct. Inferences. Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you have solved the entire case once again. He never did from the first try, at least. My dear madam, sometimes I wonder where my genius for deduction to be commoditized? How much could I pawn it for? It seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration, but who knows if it will help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? I don't have any other choice, though. I've already, I think, checked everything. So... Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of predicament. Where the blue blaze have you been, eh? Didn't you send him off? Wait, pardon? When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help straight away, not an hour later. Harsh. I guess I'm not a gentleman then. And who, pray tell, are you? You guys kind of look similar in a way. Kinda. Mr. Egbert Benedict. Right? It's just people bantering. Well, I guess. You have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. And nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. Beg your pardon? The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg. I don't think... What? Can you predict future?
It would seem that once again Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction.
Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Herlock Sholmes's logic and reasoning spectacular. Not that again. We'll have to correct it, obviously. Topic 1. My mystery man's aim. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket hero. I haven't had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by what which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. Oh, that's what it is, because I couldn't tell. The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. This cane, which you unwittingly clutch in your person, exhibits an uncontrovertible contradiction. That what? Utter rot. I've had this cane for years. Years, not years. Flyers, nostalgia. You've been living in the 19th century, eh? The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. That is what? The end of any walking cane would be terminated with metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. Ah, makes sense. But yet, detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick is to be utterly bare. Yeah, welcome back, Yashimi. A certain game, which is... therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. Then what is it? You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. No spoilers. What? You... Am I gonna play? Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Beer. Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Hopefully? Okay. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What a walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I. I mean, looks alright, no? But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod... Shovel? Is the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are you insane? Yes, he is. Don't pay attention to him. Like, look at this. This looks too damn fancy for a shovel handle. And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. Crime of what? To tunnel underneath the pawnbrokery. Okay. Topic 2. Great crime. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must exposure the details of this elaborate crime you have in planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel? How are you even gonna do that? What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Oh my god. Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose? Save for such fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is an ample reason. As you are only well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. Depression with the sun. True. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Maybe it was something else that's on the table. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out on the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewage works, beneath this shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. Oh, this madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway. that flows in very close proximity to the Great Wall of the financial institution opposite. What are you? In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan! Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With that plunder, what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. A postcard of a great exhibition? I'm afraid you have quite lost me. Currently in the final stages of preparation, the great exhibition will soon be underway, and the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, that considerable crime you have been contemplating. I'm so lost. Is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve funds. For the great exhibition. Of course, that is the top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. You just uncovered the super top secret that he may not even be aware of. Great. And we have like a pickpocket right here that could use this information for herself. Good job. Good job, you. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle. You are so silly. I just want to pet his head, like. So silly. Mr. Sholmes. I wonder, will I? Usually we do, so I guess. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? An impressive upbeat deduction for a detective racket with loneliness. Would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over the road and what it has in its vault? Indeed. Though few know of its existence. It is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Ah, good job. Gregson told me. In the strictest confidence. But you just announced it to everyone here rather loudly, in fact. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? Some other idiot told him, maybe. There can be but one explanation for that. Clearly it is because the man is a criminal. If you are a criminal, it doesn't make you all know in person. And a psychic. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he's a criminal, as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you have revealed the secret. Oh. Or, if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windybank will. He already has plenty of shovels here after all. Oh, my life! I assure you, I'm not so unscrupulous. Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Me? I hope it taught you something. Don't come to conclusions so fast. Plus, don't spill out secrets. Sensitive information must be held with the utmost of care. Yeah, I kinda knew that. Also, if someone like tells you about the secret and they trust you with this, don't go and tell everyone else about it. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them. Exactly. And once the word is out, it's out. Okay, perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Okay, we still have to do this? I thought with this conversation we already did this, kinda. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured into this pawnbrokery today. Is this the same text or... no, I guess not. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had redemption... Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? But I can't skip it for some reason. Something quite different. Yeah, I think it's the same text, so I'll just... scroll through it. So, by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No. I think it's fair to say that his motives lie elsewhere. The question is where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point of time? Something you're hiding in your head. Is this that girl? Oh. Look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. She left him a note, I think. And she wrote this note on this flyer. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Ah, okay, maybe it's like... He's probably just looking for her and he's like... drew a portrait. It's Gina, not Nina. Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Goodness! There's even a sketch of her, hat and all. And a hat is everything I actually recognize from her here. Although, if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. I wonder why she didn't just do this right now and run away with everything that she wants. And look, the details of this shop have been written down here too. Windy Banks Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, redemption deadline 15th April. What? which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper? Okay, that's weird.
Take that!
Not me. Then you should practice if that's better. Yes, what brought you to this shop is, in the first place, is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing at the sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain the pickpocket Miss Lestrade and to Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery here. Ah. Entering a tournament. You can just practice. I gotta go to practice too. Just do something. God, I can't. Like every time I sit down and think I should do it, and I just spend time worrying that it's just not gonna be good enough. And I'm that kind of person that if it's not good, I'm like, what's the point of trying then? But you can't expect it to come good without practicing. That's an endless circle. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. But you will show them, right? What's the tournament, by the way? Is there a theme of it? Helped him. He's good at it. I think that was him. I thought it was you. I guess it was him. Okay. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Windybank's pawnbrokery, and today the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So, you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some length to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane. Okay, now we're talking about the cane. Let's just skip it. It's the same. They said what? To enter a tournament you have to DM them? That's weird. They, like, I don't understand why. Is it some kind of closed tournament? They handedly pick those who can participate. What's the point then of the tournament? Everyone should be able to, like, enter. What's a ferrule? It's a metal cap commonly found on the end of the cane, Mr. Naruhodo. If you're asking for other... If you're asking if you can watch me on another website, yes, there is an option for it, Ayashimi. Wait. Am I offline? You bitch, what just happened? I send you a link, you can watch me there, Ayashimi. By the way, you can also text in chat !S without spaces, and then you'll get all the links I can provide to you. Anything, all social media, donation, and some extra stuff, if you wish. I assume it's the problem from Ayashimi's internet, just given the options here. And that. But then again, !S. Yes, yes, exactly, and Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on the scale. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't. Though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's some secret about the cane. And what about it? What's his name? Did he tell me his name? Oh wait, I can't check my items. Look here, Mrs. Sato. There are some letters on the handle. Ah yes, those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with first letters of their names. So Herlock Sholmes would be HS. You mean? That's right. And initials on this cane, obviously. Oh. AG? Why does it feel as though that's not quite right? Because that's not his initials? But you're not letting me check my items. Is that what...
Take that!
Okay. I don't remember his name already, okay? The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initial link. A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Eggert Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet, in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. Yeah, but what if it just was, I don't know, whatever. Could be just a friend gave it to him, or some relative, or whatever. And incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No. You're wrong. This cane isn't... You said before that you had that cane for years. Yeah. So don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. What just happened? He ripped something. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoil, and you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Truth behind this rowdy beer. Again? Unbelievable. The handle. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed the fine-looking overcoat, and now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. But we know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. I fucking knew it even way earlier, because I looked at his shoulder. It looked like, yeah, it had this line here, but it was more visible. Kind of showing that it's not suiting him well. It's not your size, dude.
Take that!
The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. Oh, really? When you so boldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. You didn't even know he lied about his name. I found it out. This catalogue of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from the Mr. Windybank. But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. To abscond with a redeemed item. Solved. Okay, topic 2. Go on. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, gentlemen, designed a wheeze to filch some tawdry article of pawnage. Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner using the watchword? Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place? How could I possibly have known the relevant details, n'est-ce pas? Well, either someone overheard it somehow and gave you information, or, since it was written in the, I assume, in the note, or maybe the pawnbroker gave it to you, like gave you information. I don't know. Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. And your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider how one might have come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice. Not really. The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into sewers. Which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting. Well, I bet someone will do it some other time. Is that a cat? Is that a cat? Looks like a cat. Is that snowman? It looks like a cat sitting on the couch, and there is a snowman behind it. This is some weird ass picture. Like, weird. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windibank would never allow you to redeem the article. Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windibank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? I have a question though. I just thought about it. He had information of her like last day and I guess time when she had to get the thing back before he can sell it off. How the man would know for sure if she would come specifically on that day? Was he literally standing there every day to a whole day every day for her to come in? That's ridiculous. Notelet. Must be it, right? Well,
Take that!
I don't even need to check it, obviously. The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered. On the notelet, he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all kindlyhood, you would follow her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windibank. When the diligent broker made a note on the watchword as his common practice, you observed him writing the word professor on the note let beside the ledger. Why don't you let the people write down the word for you? Especially like when there's other people inside your store. You should do this. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from young Miss Lestrade. Master plan! Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and music box disc that was in one of the pockets, which according to Mr. Windibank isn't even worth a penny. And yet this man went to such length to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps We already have the evidence. We need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we? Really? I better have a thorough look through all the evidence we have collected so far. I don't have evidence in my hands. Tells us, yeah, that is.
Take that!
That deduction was wanting in every way. Yes, I was wanting you to hear that. I'm quite proud of it. I find myself wanting never to have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Wait, what? They want me to check the disc first, right? Do we really have to go through this? McGilded! It looks like it says McBuilded. Ah, it's G. Okay. For McGilded. He dead though. Ooh. The plot thickens. Oh, there is a little scrap of paper stuck onto the reverse side of the disc. Look. And a scribbled word or two. It looks like somebody's name. For McGilded. Wait, she's his daughter? When did it say so? She's his daughter? I think I missed that point. If she is, I guess. But isn't he one of the wealthiest people though? Why did she have to steal? Why she pickpocket of his? Maybe it did. I might have not either paid attention or I don't remember. It could be, it couldn't be. But it is Mr. Naruhodo, a name I shall never forget for as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? They say his, but it's updated. And are you sure that's enough? There's some blood too. Pins. And they pluck the teeth of the comb to make notes. And just on the edge there is a small amount of blood. Yes, the blood of the mysterious Mr. Eggert Benedict. When Miss Lestrade tried to grab the disc from him, the pin scratched his fingers, it seems. Like when you're grating some daikon radish and accidentally catch your finger. Very specific. Ouch. I thankfully never did it with my fingers, but if I have I always do it with my nails, especially when they're not too short. I hate it. They're ruined. Just thinking about it hurts and puts me off eating radish. Radish is always good. I love it. Is this enough? You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that? What's that on the back? He seems surprised. It reads for McGilded. Ouch. Ah. It's for people who forgot about him. I mean, he was there like a whole case away, so I guess. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you have squeezed yourself into. Ugh. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Eggert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Arr, arr, arr. Turned into pirate, yeah. Yay! Elementary. Well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Pirate Day? What do you mean? I don't... Is there such DLC? Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there is something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Mrs. Suttle. Well, according to what Mr. Windiback told us earlier, today was the final day on which the code could have been redeemed, was it not? Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today is 15th April, so 2 months ago today would have been 15th February. Yeah, that... and... Sir, that's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. What? Deposited at 10:30 p.m. I see. What? But that suggests... What? I don't get it. Yes, 15th February. What? Did he die on the day? Is precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. Ah, the omnibus murder. Not his murder. I'm confused because there were 2 murders happened there. Which one? Can you elaborate? Too long ago, yeah. And 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However, I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. What? Are you serious right now? It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. That's dark. What do I do? Will I die? That never happened before. There are some things a man must protect at all costs. Yeah, but he can just shoot you and take it anyway, right? Can't die in this game. Are you sure about that? This may well be one of those things. Then again, it may not. Mr. Windybank, this is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life. Dude, you're not doing it right. Perseverance. What? Ah, you can't die in this game. That's what you meant. Yeah. That was like perfect timing. Someone told me that I should save it, and right after it, I died. But thankfully, the game actually makes safe for you, I assume. So you're still safe. You can replay. Mr. Windybank, no! Alright, that's enough. Ah. Hey, police! Who called you? Someone? Sometimes it feels like there is just... Am I streaming just for one person? Sometimes. Most of the time. Awkwardness. Inspector Gregson! Inspector? Yeah, it's police. Can't you see their form? Uniform? That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? This guy is literally holding a gun. Oh, praise be. You are here at last. I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my very own establishment. I mean, even if they're most of the time they're silent, and there's no way for me to know if they're still there. It's like it would seem you have the upper hand. Yeah, you should go. Oh, is it you brought it for me? Right. You lot have got some explaining to do. Me? Ask your gun carrier. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy. Patty? Bothered? This fucker held a gun. What is he talking about? Are you only answering when there's people dead? Like, police, help, please. Call us when someone's actually dead. Yeah. He wasn't there yesterday either, I think, right? Yeah, okay. I'm glad you're still here, Ayashimi. I'm glad. Chips. I do. Fish and chips.
Patty?
Mr. Vindebeck very neatly met with his aunt. And probably us too. Yeah. By his own gun, as far as I can tell. I mean, aren't you also supposed to prevent suicides? Oh, dear. And the whole of Britain could met with its end if I don't get to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on. There could be like 5 people dead here. Wait. 4. What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter. I think I know what he's working on. Thanks to some idiot. It's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir. You're gonna have to come with me down to the station. Yeah. But of course, Inspector. No!
He's getting away! Get after him, lads! Whistle the beat officer, too. Sir!
More fun trial. If I'm dead, I can't have trials, dude. There's been a spate of thefts. Plus, it's not really a case for me if I literally am the witness of him killing, even if I survive. There's been a spate of thefts at pawn shops around here recently. So, we have fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble.
Ah, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed.
Now then, Mr. Permanently in mourning. Oh, yes. Did he call me that? Why? I'm not mourning. Because I'm wearing black? Black is classic. I'll be... Also, they say it makes you more slim, so... I'll be talking that whatever it is of Mr. McGilded's down to yard. Thank you very much. Hey. How did he even see it in the... What? So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine.
I'm sorry, miss. Give me a sec. Let's see. Is there information on her? Well, her second name is Lestrade. Maybe what you say about her being his daughter. Maybe she was like a daughter to him. But her second name is not McGilded. Thirst. You never heard of it? No, it doesn't make you more slim. It makes you look more slim. Slimmer. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence. If the people demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. Well, I assume once they solve the case of McGilded, you will be able to get it. And so we handed Mr. McGilded's disc over to Inspector Gregson. What if this is the case he's working on? The McGilded's death. and were summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. That took forever. I don't plan to play much longer after this, but I want to see what will happen next. Let's take a look. Are we just outside of it? Baker Street. Yeah, it says so. Yeah, I see pawnbrokers there. And jewelers. Right there. See? That's why I ate grown-ups. You ate them. Good. For breakfast? All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from you. Oh, really, Miss Lestrade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah? The D? Let me keep it. After I looked daggers at him for a long nap. Did he also give you the disc? He went through the pockets and then said, "Go on then, have it," before telling me to scarper. Always pays off giving people a look like you ate them. I can't help feeling that it's going to get you into serious trouble one day. Yeah. Scarper runaway. Scarper. What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc of mine. Ah, so you don't have it. I thought you are skillful. Why didn't you steal it from him? The music box disc. But Mr. Windybank said it was particularly worthless. I think I'm gonna go and have another bash. Give him a long hard stare. I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Windybanks again today. Why? Why not? That's not fair. I get it. I get it this time. It can't be helped, I'm afraid. It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking the statement from Mr. Windybank. Wonder why they released us, aren't we all? We're all there. How's it called? I forgot the word. But we were there. They also should have questioned us. But the disc's mine. I had a ticket for this coat and it was in this coat's pocket. And there should be something else and all. That's what that rotten cove said, ain't it? Pawnshop. What? No. I'm trying to find the word for us. What are we called as we were on the crime scene? And we should be questioned too. Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is. Witness, yes, that's the word. Witness. Now she's really pushing her luck. That was Rianowski saying that. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You have had your whole howl for the day. Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Is he inviting her? Eh? Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure. And I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. Oh, that's kind of sweet. Come on, join us. No. Ta. Oh. Why would I come around your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? Escaped. Oh. Okay, whatever. Oh dear, she's gone. I'm kind of upset though that she didn't join us. Haven't reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there is a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guest at the dinner table this evening. I still didn't have my eggs. And one more thing. Yeah, very much so. She does. I should be glad of your company later too. Sorry? I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Like? I hope it's a good surprise. I hate bad surprises, right? I guess no one likes bad surprises. Oh, how exciting! What is it? Well, it would be a surprise if it tells you. You shall have to wait and see, Mrs. Sato. Until later, then. What do I do then? Naruhodo's legal consultancy. What? My lodgings and office, located in the attic above the suite of rooms rented by Mr. Sholmes. I call it a consultancy, but clients aren't exactly beating down the door. Yeah, considering that they have to get up from the second floor. How people even know you have an office there? You have, like, there's a note outside the house? Talk? What to do? You guys have shovel there too. Can it really be that we have been in Great Britain for 2 months already? Yeah. Does this what you have like they have agency? Does this mean that I am no longer a student? Everyone should know it. Well, yeah, Sholmes. But this is not Sholmes' office, it's my office. How are they supposed to find me? Yes, it's gone by in the flesh, hasn't it? And what an English gentleman you have. You trailed over there, Susato-san. Wait, what? She wants to say you have become? I'm sorry. When I thought it through, I realized it's not all true, actually. I'm not a gentleman. I simply don't feel that any Britishness has really rubbed off on you. I guess that's kind of good. He's a man of his own. Nor you, to be honest. Well, that's obviously because... Yes, I know, without a doubt, it's your kimono. It most certainly stands out. I do adore the attire of English ladies. It's quite delightful. I actually think I can change the outfit of characters through the menu. I think I need to quit the game for it. But since it's a blind playthrough, I never played the game, I decided to not look into extra stuff too much, because there might have been some spoilers. Would make sense, lol. I'm not sure what kind of outfits it would be, but yeah, it probably wouldn't be a kimono. No, I think it's some other outfit. I don't know if I checked it even. I just don't feel, but somehow, I just don't feel ready to abandon my Japanese dress just yet. Maybe she will in the next game. I wonder how Susato-san would look in Western clothes. That would be interesting to see. Are you suggesting something? Yeah, I also would like to see her with another hair style. That would be also interesting. We still... That was an option what to do, and I still don't know what to do. Sholmes? Maybe it will be a dinner now? Ah, Susie and Reno! Coming! Good afternoon, Iris. Can I have my eggs, please? You checked them. Why? Why did you have to? What a spoiler. The outfits, right? Are they cool? Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness. Look at the time already. Busy as always. I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? It seems like she's always cooking. Poor girl. Doesn't look like spoilers. Okay. Oh yeah, but did you like them? Oh yes. After all, we have a special guest joining us. The girl, I'm not sure she's joining though. I guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess. Look at those little eyes of hers shining. Oh dear. It is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Jeannie! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news. Never knew about that, of course. I would never guess. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. I think they looked like they were coming along when we saw them in the first place. I even thought they were like acquaintances, but turned out that not really. Sholmes? And hers. Really? I would? Oh yes. That does sound like fun. Is it a bikini? I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? He's probably dreading away, whatever, because he still didn't get his item, or what's he doing? No? And I'm not sure I will. Harley? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I beg that you won't speak to me. He's back on his emo form. Sorry? Sholmes outfit. Okay, gotta check it out. I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. What do you mean? As you can see, I am not here. Is he in his thinking state now? I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. Really?
He behaves just like a child sometimes. Hurley does,
says the little girl.
Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they?
Yeah, but surprisingly, he's a child and she's like a mother. Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here.
Exactly.
Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. I feel like that's something we don't want to know. Or don't want to ask. Yeah, in the original game so far, outfits look fine.
What's the matter, Bruno? You have such a funny look on your face.
Oh, no, it's nothing.
I know what it is. Why does this little girl live here with Mr. Sholmes? You're wondering, am I right? How? How did you...
Oh, it's probably a lot of people wonder that.
Oh, Bruno, I can read you like a book. She's really smart. This girl is dangerous. Don't worry. You can ask me anything. I won't mind.
Long ago, yeah. Yeah, actually.
I'm sure you have been wondering why it is that I live here with Hurley, haven't you?
Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents?
My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mommy passed away when I was born. And at around the same time my father, well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley?
Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together.
She didn't mention that before.
Watson? He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's the metal chest over there.
Oh, it's a chat that you use as a table. Cool. Really? He recorded them all.
So, you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases. Oh yes. I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it?
True, gotta say. I have the saddle.
So, Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father? Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest, but that only made me want to look even more. So I opened it up, obviously. Human nature. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Burn those letters. Don't read them.
You're gonna read them, right? And that whole humanity is dead or something.
And found your father's memoirs. Yes. So I asked Hurley, who wrote this? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me. That's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father.
So, Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner.
I have practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So, it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy, I mean.
It must have done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age. Because she read the notes? No, well, she might have eventually read in the notes that he had a daughter or something. I don't know. Harley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh. Well, having lived with Harley all these years, you might say that his way have rubbed off on me. These are some things I can't just... There are some things I can't just see. Especially lies. I always know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes. Wow, that's very useful. I usually don't. And I am usually very surprised when people turn out to be bad. Right. Anyway, I don't know. At the same time, I'm not very trusting, but also like very surprised when people are actually lying. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, actually. So, you're doing it as your father. That's so great. I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he solved the case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he'd just solved. This reminds me of someone. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone. You can say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. Wasn't? I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. Wasn't he a... I feel like I've seen this name before. I guess not, or else the Ryunosuke would react. That's what prompted me to study and study so that I could learn and doctorate as well. Iris's father, who went to some distant land, probably Japan, right? And is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. I do know him, don't I? It's the guy in the first case. He was killed. And I was actually a suspect. And in this game so far, yes. Maybe they will expand more in the next games. Who knows? In the next game. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh, well. That's right. Visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. And the man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before we left Japan. Mrs. Sato. Well, he also did it before me. Yes, perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. Why? I think that would be for the best. Are you sure though? Are you sure? So, wait, Jeannie, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right? Yes. Who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although after that trial, I invited her back here and we had a dinner together. Oh, so she was here before. Why didn't she join us today, then? And now we are the best of friends. Ooh, really? Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes. And now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. That makes you friends. Oh. And I chase after her down the back alleys. Interesting idea of friendship. Yeah. And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I have developed. Oh. There are so many beautiful colors in the world. Jeannie wants me to make a whole rainbow. Rainbow doesn't have that many colors, really, when you think about it. I suppose this means you have let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. I got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. Poor Hurley. Oh, I can't wait for Jeannie to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited. You will be upset if you find out she won't come. I just hope she does actually come, indeed. That's what he said, by the way. Okay. Are you back? Okay. Ah, my dear fellows. How good to see you. Mr. Sholmes. Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Well, we did, but you were busy. Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? Can you take that? I wasn't sure if I should. We've been with you for most of the day. Yeah, by the way, too. Goodness, really? Have you forgotten? He does have problems with memory, apparently. How are you even a detective? Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? My violin? Whatever are you talking about, dear madam? Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. What is VR meaning? What does it mean on his wall? I need to know. Oh, another music box disc. No, not another disc, Mrs. Sato. This is one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence, Mr. McGilded's disc. Did you steal it? Can we listen to it? Then, what's going on here? You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for deduction, I may well be even more an adept at larceny. Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. Please no, please. And Runo could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught. Don't get me involved in this, okay? Right.
Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting. She could write all our menacing crime notifications.
Notifications? Why would you do that?
Yes, I'd be delighted.
I can't believe this, Susato. Not you. I'm just going to pretend this conversation never happened. I think. As a lawyer, yes. I should. Can I... Did I ever examine this thing? I don't think I did. Isn't it in the initials of the queen or something?
It's so delightful to see it in the flesh, having read about it in the stories. It was so inspiring.
It was in the story? Then I'm missing it.
I have fired 100 arrows into my own wall at home to make the character for Sue of Susato, you know, super?
What? But perhaps there are some things the great detective does that you don't need to copy. True. Oh, wait, no. I don't understand. How did the disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to the Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. Caramel?
That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Sholmes.
Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. I relate to this. Food is the best. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. Do I have to? For the briefest of moments, I held the disc in my hand, did I not? Mm-hmm. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. Who? I pressed the disc into a pair of bars like this. Now you have more than one with you. Yeah. I think we all thought that way, DKV. Unless he stole it from someone else. Who knows? He's a shady guy. That's amazing. The disc and... How did he make it? It's just... How? You couldn't just somehow do it in your pocket. You have to precisely put the bars together, then press this thing on them. The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image on the caramel. Plus it could not really work that well. Like, not all the little things might imprint. Combine. That's the secret. Okay. I wish I could have that skill. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. I guessed from the name of it. can you buy it at the store? Does this mean you have an income from sweets? Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. That's insane. This is like secret agent stuff. You know? The result... Wait, does this mean it's not eatable? Is this fake? The result is of a precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary! Carrying a pair of this in one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. I mean, if they were eatable, I would just eat them all the time. Take a house key, for example. A simple press and its unique form is duplicated. Yeah, old trick, isn't it? I can enter anyone's property at will. And never without high sucrose nourishment. What? Ah, I get it. Yes. It sounds illegal. Probably something you also should pretend that you have never heard. From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. I don't think it's some music though, must be some kind of message. I bet. Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes, what music does the disc play? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. Why? Are you familiar with the working of a musical box, my dear fellows? No? Goodness, you don't know, Bruno? So surprising, right? Do you know how everything works in this world? Smart ass. Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. Oh my god. This, I don't know, this screen of her explaining this and the music reminds me of Professor Layton series. Another series of... I don't know, I find it somewhat similar to this one, but Professor Layton is more like collection of puzzles put around in the world filled with also a story. Yeah, so it's still different from this. But I love them both. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances plug the different teeth of the comb, and they rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it. It's really cute. Well, it's cute, yeah, I guess. But this music reminds me of that game series a lot. Came straight from there. But over time, a new type of... You've played it too? Did you play it? A player was produced which uses discs such as this. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide all around the globe. Why exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of the invention that means We are now presented with an unsurmountable problem. Oh, okay. What do you mean? I like crossover because it basically had everything from both series, which I absolutely loved. As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another. And we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There's no marks or anything. There is no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. I see. So that's why... Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But, as you can hear, to no avail. It does kind of play, so does this... Maybe that's how it's supposed to sound. No? The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. Maybe it's just Rebecca, give her time. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. What? How much money do you have, dude? Every single one. That's Hurley for you. Always taking things too far. Indeed. But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant in my constitution. Why don't we just go around the town and you say that these boxes are usually in some maybe restaurants, stuff, places like this. Why don't we go around town, going into these places and asking to play this? But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume and music boxes, won't it? Don't talk about going too far. Yes, let's forget about this. Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? That's so not nice. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows till now. Still unsolved? The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. I don't understand why... I mean, there's no reason for him to do this. It's as if someone tries to pin blame on him or something, because why would he kill those the defendants if he could kill the lawyers instead? And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Yeah, and I mean, makes sense. Or else what would be the point if we know everything from the beginning? Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. What? I mean, it's an unsolved case. If even, I mean, he's innocent, means we don't know who killed the dude, right? The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Wait. Yeah? Thrice fired Mason. Motive first. Well, you can try to ask for it, but I don't know. I've never heard of the people ask for a motive right away. You have to press on the person first for them to open. Interrogations take hours and hours. Maybe you've seen at the end of the tape. Or the middle. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. Yeah, it feels like something unfinished and I don't feel right about it. It would appear the case is not yet closed. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Did you have to bring a gun for that? Jeannie will be here before long. Maybe. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then. So nice of Susato to join and help. But of course, only a woman asks to help in the kitchen. The men did not even think about it. Of course, Susie, there's plenty to do. Worked. That is when they know precisely. Like when they know who's the killer. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windybank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes's last tale, right, I remember, of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, where were his words, I believe. So, you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was. Oh, yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windybank's storeroom gathering dust. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than the bank's vault. And what about your Stradivarius, Harley? Was that safe and secure? I mean, he gave it back to me. It was to him. It was his fault he took the wrong thing. Well, there may be the occasional mix-up caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Indeed. Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. How did she know the name? Ah. What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Did you steal something? Susie, what did you just say? You said the Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's unbelievable. Something else I should cover my eyes and ears for. I have never been here as a lawyer. That's because Miss Sasato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. But I think it was said that it wasn't published yet. But Bruno, the Hound of the Baskervilles has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said that he'd keep it safe until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. So that's why the manuscript is at the Bindi Banks. And yet, how could Susie here know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? I don't know either, I think. Ah. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Yeah. Okay, and how's that? We were talking about something else, though. This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. What? You are. I'm going. No! Wait! Miss Lestrade! Oh, she's here. She was just pretending. We have all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Exactly. Maybe that's why she felt unwelcome, because we all shut up once she arrived. Haven't we, Iris? Is she gonna cry? Oh, yes. Just wait there, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please make yourself at home. So we're not gonna continue the talk about the manuscript. Okay, whatever. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along, come. What say you to some Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. Then why you ask? Mendelssohn it is then. Mendelssohn. You don't want to dance with me? Hey, whole party is gathered. Hi, wagahay. Hi, wagahay. That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome. I get it. And Gina, she's Gina. I don't care if she's Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Okay, can she teach me, just in case? Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. That must have been such a nice evening. This room looks even nicer at the night. Well, it kind of looks nice in both. When there is a sunny weather and when there is a moonlit night. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Cozy, yes. Yeah, and that, how you call it, the heater or whatever, does add to it. Iris's cooking was truly divine. I mean, yeah, that was her saying that. And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. Wooden floor is, yeah, wooden walls and floor, everything is wood, is always nice. Probably must be a hell to clean unless it's covered in something. Then you should renown the cover every time and every now and then. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter? It's about the telegram I received. Well, the one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. Is that why she was standing at the window? First time I hear about it. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. Ah, I thought she was summoned back in Japan or something. The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. That's weird. Is this a personal thing? A lot. You can have it only on New Game Plus. What on earth for? What? Why is she so sad? I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Me too. Why her? Only her. Who could that be, I wonder? Good evening, friends! Iris, hello again. And Gina too. Gina. Yes. Yes, Ginny is going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Good. You just came here to tell us? Like, be careful, guys. She might steal something at night. If you care, hide the things important. Isn't that right, Ginny? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. Didn't you, like, party the whole evening? I don't think any one of you are hungry, I guess. Maybe not.
You know, I have learned so much today.
Oh, what in particular?
All those things Jeannie showed us. Wasn't it wonderful?
You mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we?
I think I have awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it.
You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. Maybe she would. Why not? So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour?
Well, you see, I came to return this.
You stole it from me, didn't you? See, I told you. She's good at it. Wait, what? That's mine!
Oh my, however did you...
I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Yeah, I'd forgotten already. Iris literally is a child genius.
So anyway, here, you can have it back.
Not that I really understand why you wear it though. It's important to me. Thank you.
Alright then, good night.
Yes, good night. Didn't we... Weren't we about to have a tea?
So this is your office, is it?
You never seen it in 2 months?
What do you think, Ginny?
I think I wouldn't fancy me
chances with a lawyer what lives in a place like this. Yes, me too.
It seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about.
I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript.
Yes, I suppose she probably does. So, what the hell? Isn't it the same topic?
Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me?
I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. What's going on here?
Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward.
Oh no, not at all, Iris, not at all.
I don't get it.
I don't know what all this is about really, but it's a story you made up. Is it, Iris? This mental script, or whatever you call it.
It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries.
Daddy's?
That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Jeannie, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once. His partner.
Eh?
They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together.
Is that right, mister? Why you ask me? You think I'm the father? I'm not a father. Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though.
And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened.
Backflip. So, where's your old man now, then?
He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time.
Wait.
So,
I've never really met him. Wait a second. Wait. She does know he's dead, right? Oh, right. Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. Yeah, that would be interesting. Like, Iris, this Hound of the Baskerville story. I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts. She said that. That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow from the other cases, I mean. Oh, how? I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it and showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as the sheet, and it was the first time I've ever seen him like that. It pains me to have to say this after you have toiled over it for so long, Iris, but this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. But why not? It's one of my best works. I'm not at liberty to say, not now, so please do not ask me. Alright then, I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, isn't it? Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does. It's treating you like a child. She is a child, though. It's mean, that's what it is. Keeping secrets like that. Maybe he thinks she's not ready for the truth. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying... I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been very good reason. I think so too. Did she already read the manuscript and that's why she doesn't want to talk about it with the girl? You lot are too trusting for your own good. He can't pull the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me? Don't listen to her. I have realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us. From the minute we are born. Not even our mums. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I use it. See it. God. No, Gina. But you never know. What if the person just looks like well dressed, but he bought it on the last pennies. And you're just stealing from him, and he comes home and can't even eat or provide for his family. You just never know. That's not stealing is wrong anyway. Oliver Twist. I wonder. This series is known for a lot of nods. I do think about it sometimes. What it be like to have parents, I mean? I always thought I'd make everything right. But even listened to what Iris just said. It sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh. I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. But I think Iris said she was, she'd never seen her real parents. She was too small when she started living with Herlock.
It's true. I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris. But he's...
Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris?
Well,
He he reckons he popped that mental script or whatever, right? But come on, that's obviously a lot of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story was really an old Windy Bank storeroom, there is no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. I'm confused. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. We were out. Telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Heh. Grown-ups do a lot of worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You know what, to be fair, children can be... They do sometimes very bad things too. Children can be evil. So, not just grown-ups. It's literally just about bad and good and bad. You're either good or bad. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle screamed 8 at the Windybanks. You'd soon see if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar, like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. I mean, who said that? Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Yeah, makes sense. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Jeannie. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Aren't you gonna be busy tomorrow morning? Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. At last, Iris can rest. Good night then. Such a sweetheart. Iris. It sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. I mean, not really hard. She looks like a little child, so. But deep down, she's still just a child. Very, very deep. Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night too, Naruhodo-san. I should do that too soon. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris's father, but also the man of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. It can't be a mere coincidence, obviously. There's something deeper going on. But it's barely been like, you scare me. Before you were saying about minutes, now it's seconds. Wait, what? Going on. Stir, Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo? Is that? Rise and shine, Mr. Naruhodo. Rise and shine. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. And Gina. She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. How do you know? Did he get in their room at night? That's fucking weird. Someone died. Well, not yet, I guess. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Mrs. Sato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home. But I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. If you'll indulge me, a look out of the window of my dear fellow. I feel like something fishy is gonna happen, and I don't. Because why would he tell me that? Wait a minute. Why is there a light on this time of the night? Do I? I mean, what, do I? What's Mr. Windibank? That's Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. Are you telling me she's in there? Oh no. It's simple. If that story was really in old Windibank's storeroom. Ah, you do. There is no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he's sold it without telling you. Could Gina have gone? It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Why he stands like he's a model or something? No, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once. Oh. At once. Miss Susato. What the fuck is going on here? Why are you all up suddenly? The door to Windy Banks is open. She's trying to steal the manuscript. Why does it take so long though? She would just... shouldn't it be a very quick job to do if she's already in there? Defend. Are you saying that the shop owner is dead? And the lamp is burning. It must be Gina, mustn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. Why would you say that? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. There is no one in here. Oh yes, there is. Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Oh, what? What? Has Sholmes been shot? I saw two shadows. One was tall and another was small. Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. But after them, go! Right. I don't think he'll make it. Blast! I've lost them. Hello, hello. What are we here? Oh, that's... Oh, hello? The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? After the people with guns. True. Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? He's like, well, you know what? I'm maybe a little bit busy for that. Let me just check something on the other street. With a policeman close behind me, I ran back to Windy Banks. He can't be dead. Right?
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruhodo.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake.
He's not dead.
Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
Be careful. Someone will poke your eyes out. Yeah, he's dead. It's a shot. Wait.
It's Gina!
Oh, her name is officially Gina. Okay. Nice to know. I'll make the mistake a few times probably in the future. Okay. Okay. That's it then. We're calling today. How do you feel about it? Happy? sus name. I don't know. For some reason, it's easier for me to say than Gina. China. But the more I say it right way, the more it's imprinted into my mind. So maybe I won't make that many mistakes anymore. We'll see about that. Safe. Yes. Okay. Okay. That's it. Find out. Dude. I bet this case is so long. This is the last case, so it's obviously gonna take hella long. Yeah, I don't, yeah, as you said, I don't even think we will be able to finish it next time. Depending on how long the stream will be. But probably unlikely. I'm glad you're enjoying it though. Okay. Give me a sec, I'll press some things. Yeah. So what is it? What was it? Thursday today? Yeah, it's a Friday tomorrow, and we are playing Rule of Rose. I've never played it, so it's gonna be completely blind. Legally blind. It's strange twists and turns. I mean, they have to keep doing them because why play this game without them? And how can they keep you interested in that, in these? Oh, okay. All right. So thank you very much for joining me tonight. I appreciate your company, and I will be here tomorrow playing Rule of Rose. So if you'd like, join me. Probably around the same time, maybe a little bit earlier. Depends. I wish you a good night when it's gonna be a night for you, and see ya.